Good morning, everyone. A little bit of an echo there. Someone doesn't have it muted. Good morning. I'd like to, well, first of all, happy Halloween. I'd like to welcome everyone to the Budget Committee meeting of October 31st, 2024, and remind everyone our meetings are web streamed and televised, so if you could take a short moment to ensure that your phone is on silent, that would be great. Reminder to anyone using Microsoft Teams to remain muted and use your raise hand feature icon to be called upon, and remove it after you finish speaking. With that, I will call the October 31st, 2024 budget meeting to order, and note that all members of Budget Committee are in attendance today. Are there any changes to the agenda? Okay, a mover and a seconder, please, to approve it as presented. Moved by Councillor Michele, seconded by Councillor Duthie. All in favor? Barely see you. Thank you, that's carried. Are there any disclosures of pecuniary interest today? Seeing none. We will go right into presentations. We have the rate budget, which is CS 24-130 before us today, which is focused on costs of operating the water and wastewater systems, including the capital requirements, and it outlines the rate needed to fully recover all of the costs from the users. The budget's a direct reflection of the upcoming capital pressures surrounding water and wastewater infrastructure. And we know that Norfolk County is embarking on a historical capital spending program with significant investments to ensure water and wastewater systems remain reliable for our residents for years to come. So I think with that, I'd like to turn it over to Ms. Van Dyke, our General Manager of Corporate Services, for some brief comments and then introduction to staff.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to members of council, as the mayor mentioned, we are discussing our 2025 rate budget. This has really been a collaborative effort between the finance team and the team in environmental and infrastructure services. So I would like to acknowledge that and thank everybody for all of their amazing and hard work on this document. And it is a shared presentation for you this morning between the two teams. So with that, I would like to turn it over to Mr. Chris Everetts, our Manager of Financial Planning and Reporting, who is going to start off the presentation this morning.
Thank you, Heidi, and good morning, Mayor Martin and members of council. So this is the first of our three budgets to come before you for 2025. It's also the first time in history that, or the history of Norfolk County, that council is seeing a comprehensive rate budget. So we've incorporated the 1-year operating budget with the 10-year capital plan into one document, and that is in an effort to present a cohesive picture of the rate-supported operations and how the two budgets are related. We hope this will demonstrate how the ambitious capital spending translates into the impacts that are felt by ratepayers in their monthly water and wastewater bills. The driving force of this rate budget is the $4 million plus for infrastructure funding, and over the next 10 years, Norfolk is forecasting to spend more than $400 million on water and wastewater capital infrastructure. This means that the recommendations from your finance team will continue to include rate increases to support these capital needs and to continue the message that Norfolk can't afford this plan on our own. Norfolk's water and wastewater systems currently support just under 17,000 connections, which represent approximately half of the county's population, who must bear the vast majority of these costs. This isn't without good news, though. The recent announcement of our successful $16 million in funding for the completion of the Port Dover wastewater treatment plant's ongoing upgrades has been reflected in this budget. To our knowledge, this is the single largest one-time distribution of capital grant funding that Norfolk has received, and this funding is reflected as a 6% reduction to previously reported wastewater requirements for 2025, which is why the average residential impact that you're seeing in the budget today is lower than what we signaled at the time of budget guidance. So we'll have more details in a little bit when we get to the finance part of the presentation. But from an operating standpoint, the team is proposing that the base budget is actually a decrease, which represents a 3% decrease on the net rate requirement over 2024. And this is mainly due to the hard work of EIS and finance staff to identify savings within operations in an effort to not compound on the challenges that we're feeling on the capital side. This is a great example of the hard work from staff across the organization, which I am hoping we will continue to see more of when the levy budget comes to you in January. And this drives home that the rate increases this year are fully driven by the capital needs. And I also wanted to note that staff in financial management and planning will be initiating an RFP for a comprehensive rate study by the end of the year to take into consideration the impacts of the interurban water supply system, as well as the significant capital needs on the wastewater side, which will project out the rate increases for the next several years, taking both water and wastewater needs into consideration. It's also important to consider that we expect rates to increase further in the coming years, as has been presented to council over the past year, and again with this budget and corresponding reports. So that's our little brief introduction. I can pass it over to Andrew and his team now for their portion of the presentation.
All right, good morning, everybody. It's our pleasure to kick off the rate budget presentation part this year. Time flies. It feels like it was just yesterday we were presenting the 2024 rate budget, and here we are already talking about 2025. So you'll hear about the business side of the rate budget first, and you'll hear from Mariana, Steph, and myself. Darnell is also online following along in case we do dive into his area of the portfolio. Very similar to the last couple of years, we'll talk about what we've done, where we're going, and then we'll finish it up with some after-action reviews. Just very quickly wanted to touch on our organizational structure. We are unique in EIS that we work on both the rate and on the levy side. And really each director within our team does have some foot in the rate door, but most of what we're going to talk about today falls underneath Stephanie Davis and Mariana Balaban's portfolios. Oops, sorry. And I guess as I'm changing slides, I should mention I'm very lucky to have the best administration team in the business. Lynn and Laura really keep our team moving like a well-oiled machine. Without them, I certainly would be lost. So thank you for all of your support.
So good morning, Mayor and Council. This slide in front of you is just to highlight the operations of our drinking water systems over the past year. So as you can see, as of August 2024, we've treated just over 2.4 million cubic meters of water. We've had 11 water main repairs and taken close to 2,500 water distribution samples. We've also have, as a reminder, just 3 groundwater systems as well as 2 surface water systems, over 16,000 water meters, so hooked up customers in the drinking water system. We have also had 10 adverse water quality incidents this year, as well as 2 non-compliances resulting from our ministry inspections. The water asset replacement value is at $657 million as of 2024. So this slide in front of you is just highlighting some of our wastewater operations. So the Ontario Clean Water Agency operates our wastewater treatment plants in Norfolk County. We have 5 of them, one in Simcoe, Port Dover, Delhi, Waterford, and Port Rowan, and over 22 pumping stations across the county. We've processed over 304 development applications as to date, and as of August, we've treated over 3.8 million cubic meters of wastewater. We've also taken over 4,400 samples and treated over 47,000 cubic meters of septage and leachate. And this essentially breaks down into just over 6,000 cubic meters of holding tank waste, 28 cubic meters of septic tank waste, 109 of portable, and over 34,000 of leachate that's been treated. And as you can see, the sanitary assets are worth over $800 million. So just to go over some highlights that we've had, some operational ones this year, we have initiated the backflow prevention program with the county, starting with our own Norfolk County-owned facilities. After that, we have had our annual ministry inspections, where you can see Port Rowan received 100%, Simcoe also received 100%, Port Dover, we are waiting on our draft report, and Waterford, we just had our inspection on Wednesday of this week, so we're still awaiting that. As you can see, Delhi did receive 97.5, and that is due to the 2 non-compliances that were mentioned earlier. And these were an exceedance on our permit to take water, so taking too much from the aquifer than we were regulated to, as well as not reporting a non-compliance in a timely fashion. We have 24 hours to do that, and that was not met. We also did water main condition assessments in Port Dover and Waterford this year. That looked at over close to 4 kilometers of transmission mains. Annual swabbing was done in the town of Delhi, so from our wells out on the outside of town into Delhi, as well as from Delhi to Cortland, encompassing close to 24 kilometers of water main that was swabbed. We also do our annual flushing for water quality, and that's just been completed this fall. We've had flow meters installed in all of our sewage pump stations in Port Dover, which better enables staff to track what's going on in collection system and compare it to what's being treated at our wastewater plants. For leak detection, we've had equipment purchases that's been used by staff. We've been able to use it successfully in 2 significant breaks in Port Dover, and this represented about 500 cubic meters for each break if they were to continue on, that's 500 per day. So staff were able to actually locate and fix these within a couple of hours, leading to around 60 cubic meters being lost. We also have our large water meter replacement program. So this does focus on the IC&I sector, which are large volume users. The large water meters have a 10-year life expectancy and have always started failing. So to date, we've replaced about 57 large water meters, and this enables us to have a better eye on what we're billing and to get more accurate revenue.
Good morning, Madam Mayor and Council, and esteemed colleagues. As far as the capital program's progress made in 2024, I'm happy to report that we made significant progress on a number of legacy water and wastewater projects. And I'm going to start with Port Dover Wastewater, which is a significant success. With the historical funding that was secured with support from Madam Mayor and councillors, as well as corporate services and our colleagues in EIS while we were preparing the application for the funding. That was a tremendous effort on our team, and we are happy to report that we commenced construction as planned. Port Dover Water Treatment Plant, the total construction budget sits at 19 million. Construction is making progress. We are nearing 70-75% with the last month progress. We are closing in on the process piping and equipment delivery, and making a plan for testing and commissioning in the first quarter of 2025 with a total completion shortly thereafter. The treatment capacity will enable processing applications for the next 15-20 years according to the 2051 projections. The Port Rowan Water Treatment Plant project has been tendered, is currently in tender, and we are expecting that the award and the construction will commence in the first quarter in 2025. The treatment capacity in Port Rowan will be more than double. We are practically restoring the design capacity that was originally rated for when it was originally built. It's just over 3,000 cubic meters per day. And that will take us, again, for the next 20 years in Port Rowan. For Port Dover Water elevated tank, we, with support from Stephanie's team, we have the rechlorination system installed, which will operate at full tilt starting this coming week, actually. We also move forward the Cinco wastewater treatment plant upgrade phase 1, which deals with the solid strain. All digesters that are now up to par needed to be upgraded, and we took the design that was completed 3-4 years ago. We reviewed that. We updated the design requirements to the 2051 projections to date, according to our planning projections, and we are completing the technology selection in early 2025 with the council report that will be in front of you. With this, I'll pass it back on to Stephanie.
So now we're just going to highlight some of our regulatory and some of the risks that we've encountered this year. So we've been working with our combined linear infrastructure environmental compliance approvals, short form CLI-ECAs, and those are now in place for our wastewater and stormwater collection systems. So with the sanitary, the I&I program that we've been doing this year has greatly assisted in meeting the requirements of the CLI-ECA. Since we've had the overflow events in Port Dover, we are required to report and prepare a report for the ministry that gives mitigation measures to the I&I. Just to touch on the stormwater, although it's not rate, staff have been working diligently towards the timelines in the CLI-ECA, doing the O&Ms, the monitoring plan, as well as completing field investigations. We've also been collaborating with the health unit to update policies for adverse water conditions as well as boil water notices. This was actually put into use this summer on the reconstruction project on Talbot Street. A boil water was issued due to the water main being hit and overcoming the sanitary, which led to possible contamination due to sewage in our distribution system. Some of the risks we've encountered is inflation and supply and delivery timelines. It's been consistent through the last few years. It has held up some of the projects, putting some of them behind with delayed timelines on some of the larger pieces of equipment. Also, climate change impacts. More frequent intense storms and rainfall events have impacted the sanitary sewer system, resulting in overflows at some of our sewage pump stations. We've also seen the effects of shoreline flooding at our Port Dover and Port Rowan water treatment plants, with increased erosion on the shorelines. Another investigation that was completed this year was an assessment on the Simcoe water tower. This was finished this summer. So what this showed was the chlorine residual mapping and temperature mapping in the water tower. And what it identified that there was stratification or the layering of water in the tank, which is resulting from poor mixing. So this also results in inadequate chlorine residuals in different areas of the water tower. So what this means is that if there was a significant water main break or a large fire, the unchlorinated water could get into the distribution system. So staff's next steps on this are to, look at a design and costing for a mixing system to install into the tower. We'd also have to have a contingency plan in coordination with our staff, fire, as well as the larger industries, because the installation does require the water tower to be out of service, which results in the town of Simcoe relying on the reservoirs and the high lift pumps. And that's it, no fire protection from the elevated tank. We also perform condition assessments on 2 of the transmission mains, so one in Port Dover and one in Waterford. So the Port Dover water main is a mix of 1970s ductile iron and mid-2000s installation of ductile iron. This assessment did meet the structural integrity, but the mid-2000s ductile iron shows significantly increased corrosion, and the report recommended that we look into the source of the corrosion and install or have mitigation measures in place. Similarly, the Waterford transmission main, which runs from the Waterford water treatment plant into Charles Street in Waterford, so to the north of Thompson Road, that was also assessed, and it is 1960s cast iron. So the majority of the main had 50% of this wall thickness was gone, some of it 20 to 50%. And the recommendations from that report were to repair and replace within 1 to 5 years. This will create some challenges as part of that main does run under a marsh area as it goes into town. So staff will be investigating different structural relining or a full replacement, depending on what we can do. Just to note, these transmission mains failures do cause a significant risk, such as water supply loss or pressure loss. It's about a week and a half ago now that we did have a significant water main break on the Port Rowan to St. Williams transmission main, and this did result in the loss of water to the residents of Booth Harbor, some of the residents on the transmission main, Finn and Feather, as well as some on the south side of St. Williams. A water hauler had to be brought in to repressurize the system until the break was repaired.
So moving on into culture, this is my favorite slide of the presentation. I know I'm very lucky that I love my job and the challenges it brings, and in my position I get to kind of guide what some of our focus areas are. And really what gets me going at this stage in my career is trying to build trust and confidence with our residents and work on workplace culture. And sometimes that can be a big initiative. Sometimes it's doing small things like supporting your team and dressing up for Halloween, even if it means it's sitting in front of council dressed like two fools from Office Space. Externally focused, this year we held tours at our Port Rowan water and our wastewater treatment plants. We also opened the doors to our materials recycling facility during March break, and we welcome hundreds of residents there to get a behind-the-scenes look at how our operations work. I just recently provided a bunch of public works-based math problems to a school so that teacher can build that into her lesson plan and some real-life examples for her students. And we are planning a visit with them later this year to show them a little bit more about what we do and tour them through our facility. Not part of the rate budget, but certainly worth mentioning, was our very successful recycling contest with the St. Joe School this year. We had students from kindergarten to grade 5 participating in a recycling contest where they had to build a structure out of recyclable materials. The winning class got a prize, and all the participating classes got to hang out with the mayor for the afternoon and have a pizza party, and it was a lot of fun. I think staff that were there for the event probably had just as much fun as the children. It was great to see. More internally focused, we have developed a culture committee coming out of the most recent all-staff survey. We're focusing on a number of initiatives, and one of those being our new photo org chart that you can see a snippet in the bottom corner. And that was a suggestion from one of our staff, and while it might seem small, we have a big team and we're spread out all across the county, and it's very difficult sometimes to put a name to a face, so little things like this are very meaningful as we onboard new staff. And for anyone who's like me and pictures are greater than words, this is also a very useful document for myself as well. We've also continued to have staff gatherings from time to time, get to socialize a little bit outside of the work environment and just have some fun and catch up with colleagues. And then we just finished our most recent day in the life video, and that focuses on capital construction. I'm hoping I can play it for you, but I have a bad feeling it's not going to work, so let's see.
Hi, I'm Jacob, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes on a capital project in Norfolk County. We begin planning capital projects by analyzing our infrastructure needs related to roads, water mains, storm and sanitary sewers, as well as bridges. We assess their overall condition, age, and servicing requirements. This provides a solid foundation to ensure Norfolk has the hard infrastructure for current and future needs. Once a project is determined and approved by Council, we retain an engineer to complete the design. During this stage, we engage the public through public information centers or postings on the county website to inform them of the upcoming project and provide an opportunity to share feedback. After the design is completed and all approvals are in place, we hire a contractor through a public bidding process. During the construction phase, we track progress, budget, and continue to engage with the public. We also work with other departments to ensure the overall success of the project. Once complete, we report and track any warranty issues for 2 years. We measure a project's success by its ability to enhance infrastructure and positively impact residents. As a Norfolk County employee, I enjoy building the community that has given me so much. Thank you for taking the time to join me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
So lots of activity happening on the culture front. That is kind of the fun side of what we get to do, and we'll be continuing. We have more tours planned for 2025. We have another contest for a school this year, which is going to focus on flushable and non-flushable material. And coming to a screen near you in 2025 will be our stormwater video. Looking forward to 2025, we'll pick up the pace a little bit. I'll glance through this. We have a lot of multi-year initiatives, so we will continue construction at our facilities. We're going to start construction at the Port Rowan Water Treatment Plant, as Mariana said. And then we will continue with all of our operational programs. The one thing that I would highlight here is we are moving on our leak detection in a little bit more of a smart city technology, leveraging our smart meters in the system and working with the hydro team, piggybacking off their network and dashboard. We're going to start to have better visibility onto use in homes, and that will help us identify any irregularities and maybe let people know they have a leak on their side before they get a large bill in the mail. Also installing loggers in our system so we can track pressure changes, transients, those types of things that will allow us to act before we have any major problems. So certainly some additional cost savings and program benefits there. And over to Mariana.
Thank you, Andrew. On the interurban water supply, I'm also happy to report that we made significant progress on the Norfolk side of the phase 1 engineering stage. We are closing in the 100% detailed design for phase 1. We're gonna prepare 3 tender packages that are flexible in terms of tendering contingent on funding, as Council approved late 2023. Nantico water treatment plant phase 1 upgrade also started. We signed that engineering agreement with Haldimand County in January 2025. I want to highlight again the benefits of the interurban water supply, especially for Simcoe, where growth seems to come faster now, and it appears it changes, and we have to coordinate continuously with planning and finance on our project planning and capital delivery timelines. The interurban water supply portfolio that is now in the current 10-year capital plan is estimated at $270 million, and that matches the decelerated delivery plan that was focused on Norfolk, and the remaining delivery plan outside this 10-year delivery window is now updated to inflation to just about $320 million. That's also contingent on what's happening with phase 1 and probably the priority phases 2 and 3 that you see on this slide. The main benefits for the interurban water supply and its feasibility and need stand out, and I like to re-emphasize the benefit of supporting growth and the backup capacity for all urban areas in an interurban water supply operational setup. And also the fire protection that will improve throughout the country. That will give us a lot of operational efficiency and flexibility, and will support development applications processing through Darnell's team. As far as the agreement with Haldimand goes, we have a draft water supply purchasing agreement signed back in 2022 with a lot of collaboration and effort from finance teams on both sides of the border. The life cycle costs have been updated, and we have draft principles for phase 1, and we expect that the final water supply agreement would be actually executed first quarter 2025, again contingent on funding. Andrew. Next slide. You see, this is you see the details of phase 1, and I'm going to go quickly through it. This is the package that I was talking about, and is now in 100% detailed design review. 3 tender packages will be out for tender. We do have a pre-qualification process in place for general contractors on the booster pumping station and the transmission water main, which require specialized construction expertise. The Nantico Water Treatment Plant Phase 1 pre-design engineering is in draft, and we will obtain all permits and approvals, getting ready for tendering, contingent on funding. Now, external funding on this is absolute critical, and the success of this program depends on the provincial and federal funding, which we expect probably late this year or early next year, depending on current commitments and updates that we didn't get actually to date. You have a quick overview of the 3D overview of the future Simcoe booster pumping station, which will house not only the booster pumps for phase 1 Simcoe, but also for future phases 2 and 3, Waterford and Delhi Cortland. That's how the booster pumping station will look like inside. So with this, I'll pass it back to Andrew.
All right, thank you. And the last the last couple of slides we have are related to our after action reviews. This is something that I started with my former employer many years ago, and I committed to doing for this council as well. And this is giving you updates on action and progress on any MBI or new program that you have approved for us. And we're going to start off with our project manager of preventative maintenance. This is Mr. Jordan Lynch's portfolio. And when he first started with us, he was focused heavily on the leak detection program, and you saw that form part of our after-action review last year. Staff's going to talk about his work on I&I in a second. But one thing he's been working on in the background, although I would consider extremely important, probably more important than the other two, is our backflow prevention program. If you don't know what backflow is, in its simplest form, it is the reversal of water in our drinking water system. So instead of us producing water and distributing it to residents and businesses, an overpressurization or a low pressure event can cause water to move in the wrong direction and actually be taking contaminants with it from isolated premises. In our world, this is a very scary situation. Most municipalities have a very comprehensive backflow program that consists of two elements. One, that would be premise isolation and devices, so that would be represented by those green units on the slide, on the picture on the bottom of the slide. They only allow water to flow in one direction. But that is not enough. You need a comprehensive bylaw and program in place for annual inspections, verification, testing, and records management. So this may seem a little far-fetched and something that is not likely to happen, but sadly, there are many events that have happened over the years. One of the poster childs for backflow is a fairly dated story at this point, but from the United States, but it is a good one because the yuck factor is at the forefront. And this example highlights a funeral home where the equipment used as part of the embalming process overpressurized the system, and instead of the embalming fluids and the contents from the embalming process going down the drain, they were actually sucked back into the drinking water system. Not a good story. Luckily, this was a very small system and it was isolated before it had large ramifications, but you can imagine if this happened in Waterford or Simcoe or Delhi, the consequences could be catastrophic. Another example that's a little larger and maybe a little closer to home is the Stratford car wash example. And in this example, a backflow event at a car wash resulted in a nasty organic solvent being sucked back into the drinking water system. It resulted in a drinking water advisory for the 30,000 residents of the community. 19 individuals required medical attention, and that entire system was without drinking water for 7 days, so no water for that entire community. The car wash company was fined as part of this, but the municipality also had considerable costs that they could not recover to bring their system back online and make it operational to ensure that the drinking water is safe for their residents. And why this is a really good example is it shows why you cannot just have backflow devices, you need a comprehensive program. So this car wash did have a backflow device installed, but the municipality did not have a program. It was not inspected, it was not tested, it was not verified, and the car wash bypassed their device, and that's what led to this event. So that said, with the storytelling, what are we doing? Well, we're working on our program. We're doing it, one, because it's the right thing to do, and I was a little surprised that we did not have one. And secondly, because the ministry has very politely, at this point, suggested we should have one, because everybody else does. So what Jordan's been working on in the background, we have trained 2 staff through the Ontario Water and Wastewater Association and Mohawk College. They are certified to work, inspect, and install backflow devices. We've conducted inspections at our county-owned facilities, and we may have up to 44 deficiencies that need to be addressed. We've also retained BSI, a company that helps with policy and data management and work management for us. That's just because we have very limited resources for this. We've created a bylaw that's in its draft form that will be circulating to the rest of the departments in the county for collaboration very shortly, and hopefully we will get that in front of council in 2025 for adoption. We have been working very closely with Bill and Michael Simoes and their teams and facilities to put in some capital dollars for compliance on the county-owned facility side. So that is in the works right now for 25 and 2026. And it's very important that we do that. Some of the groups that I used to sit on, boards and agencies in my former role, you see a lot of places really fault with their program because they take a very heavy-handed approach quickly with the private sector. And I'm always of the opinion that we should get our house in order first. If we aren't willing to do something, we shouldn't be making somebody else do it. So we want to focus internally before we put the pressure on the private sector. And even when we get there, we really want to work on outreach and education. Our main goal is compliance. You've seen that the consequences of this can be quite severe. We do not want to be handing out tickets. We want everybody to comply with the bylaw. And if that means we need to spend time with them to develop a feasible plan for implementation, we will do so. Goal is compliance. So more to come on this in 2025, but I'll pass it off to Steph to talk about the other part of Jordan's portfolio this year.
So these next slides are going to focus on the I&I program that we've been completing this year. So simply put, I&I is just the detection of the rainwater or groundwater that we find in our sanitary collection system. So the program this year has been focused more on the Port Dover drinking or wastewater collection system because of the sewage pump station overflow events that we've witnessed during high rainfall events, as well as the increased flows seen at the wastewater treatment plant. 2023, we did have some flow meters put in place across the entirety of Port Dover to monitor the flows. 2024, we broke that down into the map you can see at the top of the slide. So that is the west side of town, which is named FM4, a sewer shed, and that was broken down into 6 smaller catchment areas to monitor that side. We also looked at one side on the east side of town, catchment area 1, we call it. That's up by the water tower. So smoke testing was done there, and in an area on the west side. Internal inspections were also completed on the east side of Port Dover. There was education and outreach done with the residents. As well, we were looking at correcting our own issues that we've found throughout the program. So what we did on the west side of town in catchment area 4, as I mentioned, was splitting it up into 6 smaller catchment areas. So we were able to get the dry weather flows as a reference point. Any storm event that was 15 millimeters or more was used as a baseline for a significant rainfall event, and those were all recorded. So as you can see in the chart at the top, there's the 6 areas that are broken up. There is the dry weather events, and then our max flows that we saw during those rain events. So from there, if you see catchment area 3 going from about 4 liters per second as an average dry weather flow, in those peak weather events, we're seeing over 50 liters a second coming into the sanitary collection system. So that was one area that was identified as having a smoke test this year, as well as the catchment area 1 from the 2023 monitoring. So based on, that's okay. No, so it's just going to say based on that, that's where we did our flow or smoke testing and internal inspections this year. So with that, we were able to find 18 residential homes that had cross connections. So 17 were in the FM3 area on the west side of town, and just 1 was found on the east side. We also found a substantial stormwater cross connection in the west side of town at McNabb Street and Regent Ave. So in catchment 1, we were able to do some internal inspections. So there was 215 residents that were canvassed, and out of that we had a 30% participation rate, which equivalent to 64 residents participated. So from that, we've confirmed that 45 had sump pumps, 14 were able to confirm that they did drain to the surface, not into the sanitary. 1 was confirmed going into our sanitary, and then we had 30 that we were unconfirmed. So from there, we will be having to do dye testing to see if it actually is going into the sanitary or to the storm sewer. Thank you. So our next steps for the program are to install 2 flow meters on the east side of town to continue to monitor those inflow events in our rainfalls. We're also going to do the dye testing and smoke testing to confirm our positive cross connections. We are going to look at the storm infrastructure, confirm where it is, the extent of that cross connection, and attempt to divert that from the sanitary. So we are also going to have to do the internal inspections. Staff would like to keep this voluntary with the residents, but if there is a low uptake, we may be seeking endorsement to use the sewer use bylaw to make the internal inspections more compulsory for this program. This will allow us to confirm and eliminate any cross connections that we may find. We're also going to be expanding the program to the town of Port Rowan because we did notice overflow events during storm and rain events that we had there as well. So that helps to, again, address the measures that are required for our CLI ECA to mitigate the I&I that we see in our systems. So I also want to highlight the table that you see on the top. If we're able to eliminate the cross connections, specifically the catch basin flows, which are anywhere from 20 to 40 liters per second, as well as the downspouts, which are 1 to 3 liters a second, we'll be able to decrease the likelihood of overflow events in our collection system. It's also going to be a reduction in treatment and operation costs at the wastewater treatment plant, and more importantly, we would be able to delay any need for plant expansions.
All right, thank you. And our last slide, sorry, I know there's a lot of information on the after action reviews, but they're important. We want to make sure we share all this with council. And this one relates to the Build Norfolk MBI. This was a joint effort between EIS and the community development team. And for the EIS group, council approved 1 resource, a development technologist, dollars for consulting services to review files, as well as consulting services for process improvements. I will be honest, it took us a long time to gain traction on this program. We had staff off on leave. I made some personnel changes within the team, and that really resulted in our staffing levels to remain status quo in 2023, despite council approving the MBI. But fast forward to today, and much to Darnell's delight, we have a fully staffed development engineering team with a renewed focus on customer service and communication, and things are going quite well. And how do we know they're going well? Well, one of the ways we track our program's success is how long does it take for us to turn around development applications. We have set some targets, which I would consider fairly lofty goals, considering the resources that we have available, but it's good to have stretch goals and try to work towards something. If you were to look at 2021, 22, and 23 with our staffing levels, our turnaround times were not great. For first submission, anywhere up to a year to hear response from us, 6 months for a second submission, 3 or 4 months for a third submission. I know these aren't surprise numbers to any of you sitting around the table there. You get the same calls that I get from developers and builders wondering why things take so long. It shouldn't take this long, and they're right. That is too long, and that is not acceptable. Looking at our 2024 results, while we are not meeting our targets, we have shown drastic improvement. We are now turning files around much quicker, and we will continue to try and improve and get better and move towards those targets. But what you see in the 2024 numbers, I would consider that a very acceptable level of service and very consistent, and probably exceeds what you would see in other municipalities. One of the other things that we use to measure our success is how many reports go forward to public hearing committee or to council where the engineering comments are pending. Council hasn't really made a lot of complaints about this to myself, but it drives me bananas. Planning brings a report forward, we're asking council to make a decision, and you don't have all the information you need. That's not fair. And if you look at 2023, it says it's at 20%. I actually think this number is a little low as the person sitting over here scrambling to respond to council questions without the information available. It feels like that's probably closer to 40%, but that's what our team pulled for data. And you look at 2024, we're actually compliant. All reports that came forward from planning had engineering comments included with them. There is a little bit of an asterisk on it. Sometimes those comments are issued as part of an addendum package, but at least you had that information available when you were making decisions. So that number makes me happy, and it should make you happy as well. On the process improvement side of life, we do have some draft fire flow standards and per person, per capita use for water and wastewater targets. We met as a staff team earlier this week to review those, and Darnell and his team will be in front of the development community in November and December to solicit feedback from them, and we'll be in front of council early in 2025, hopefully January, maybe slipping into February for adoption of those new targets. I know this has been a long time coming, but we are very, very close to the finish line. So that wraps up the business side of the presentation. Just want to thank council for their continued support of our program, and from all our EIS leadership staff that are here, just thank you to all the staff that may be listening and following along, all their hard work every day to ensure that our residents have safe and reliable water and wastewater services. And we'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions just related to the presentation, Councillor Berry.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you, Mayor. My question is for Lumberg. Can you please, just in plain speak, clarify just the grant? Because I know the public's going to say, well, if we got this grant, how come my rates are going up? Can you, just in plain speak, so we can share this around, what did the grant cover and what is the impact on the budget, just like very succinctly?
Through the chair, that's probably something that, I can speak to the technical side of it, but if finance wants to speak to what the grant did to the overall rate impact, that was probably more.
Okay, thank you.
Do you want to get into that in the finance presentation? Okay, so we'll park that and I'll come back to you.
Fair enough. And then my next one is about the smoke testing and everything there. So when you found these deficiencies, like, what is the resident sort of reaction to this? Like, I haven't heard anything about it from the community members, and I'm wondering, do they understand like what the issue is, and are they generally like, what are we looking at as we continue to do this? What is the impact here?
Yep, through the mayor to Councillor Berry. Actually, most of the residents were very receptive to the program. So when staff were entering and doing the inspections, they were educating them, talking to them about the cross connections, letting them know the impacts that it's having on the collection system and the wastewater treatment plant. Most didn't realize that. So they were receptive to if it has to be moved, if it has to be fixed, us working with them if needed, and them getting it out of the sanitary and properly diverting it.
And then, so the costs of any resolution, they're going to affect the residents, I'm sure. We're not picking up the tab for all of it, are we?
No, so it
Okay.
could come onto the residents. Hopefully, most of them are just simply getting the sub pumps is what the main connections are, just out of that sanitary and diverting it. It could just go across land. If there is storm infrastructure, they may have to divert it properly into their storm.
And knowing that there's a cost is still,
Yes.
that they've been
Yep.
generally, okay. Then that's great. Well, thanks for that. And, the bare minimum on the flare notwithstanding, it's an opportunity to express yourself. So you should, but I appreciate the work. Thank you so much.
Councillor Brenton, I see you've got your budget book open. I will come to you, but let's just talk about the presentation from, okay.
Yeah, my question through you, Mayor Martin, is to Andrew. Andrew, I noticed, and it relates to the testing and so forth, but I noticed in the process here, I think we use about 3 million cubic meters, but there's a substantial difference in what we're treating. And is that because of, I call it the cross connections or the combined systems in Dover? Like I think, and I haven't got the page open, but there's 5,000 and something cubic meters being treated. I know there's leachate and septic going in there too, but is that spread quite, is it too large and it should be a lot narrower in terms of what we're treating?
Through the chair, yes, you're right, and it is I&I in the system, and that's what we're finding. I mean, it's no surprise to us based on the early results that we got, just looking at what's happening at the plant. We knew we had I&I, but knowing you have it and finding it are two different things. So now we've been able to pinpoint those locations, and we're starting to make those corrections. So that is where you see the discrepancy on what's coming into the plant versus what we're producing, and what's coming in different catchment areas. So working internally with residents certainly can be a challenge. There can be financial costs burdened by them, but the biggest bang for our buck is the couple that we found within the municipal sector. So things that we can fix in the road allowance, although they may be slightly more expensive, they are borne by the county, not the individual homeowner. but they return a much larger volume. So a catch basin connection can be 20, 30, 40, 50 liters a second being added to our system. That going to the plant in a rainwater event is very, very significant.
Okay, can you put it in layman's terms for me? 3 million going in. What's appropriate going out? Counting the leachate and the septic. What should it be, roughly?
Through the chair, I'd have to look at that and crunch some numbers with Steph to come up with what a real target should be, but it should be substantially lower. And it is substantially lower based on what we're finding already.
Okay, the combined systems, and I know Dover had a real problem for years, but were they not addressed some time ago, like the combined sewer systems down there, storm into sanitary?
So through the chair, on paper, yes. In reality, no. I mean, that's what we're finding is clearly examples of where there is combined sewer infrastructure that was not properly capped and disconnected. And, those are the low-hanging fruit, and that's where we are seeing the biggest return on our investment.
So that will be our problem and at our cost, I assume, right?
Correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Van Andrieschie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Just a quick question. I was listening to the news the other day, and they talked about a new system that could be applicable for municipalities on water treatment. Do you get those? Do they come to you as newsletters or anything like that, or how do you keep abreast of what's new and current today for treatment?
Yeah, that is a good question. So that is us reaching out to our colleagues. So many of us come from other municipalities where we have connections. So we do certainly work with our neighbors and other municipalities to figure out what they're doing. We attend conferences and workshops. Stephanie's actually attending the Canadian Water and Wastewater Association conference next week, where they will be looking at different types of technologies, the success stories of how they were implemented other places. We receive lots of journals. Mariana and myself have sat on various boards and committees where we get exposed to this information. So we do get it in one form or another. Sometimes it may be a magazine that pops up on our desk, but more often than not, it's us being part of a working group where we are exposed to this information, bring it back here, and determine what's feasible for us to implement.
Right, and at the end of the day, what was it? The story that it was telling was the fact that it was savings and cost, the cost savings that could be implemented with municipalities for the purification. So it was a light system, and I know we do use light already. I do understand that, but this was something new. It was done at the university, and then it was coming out, and it said it would have good implications to municipalities. So obviously, we're keeping abreast of what's going on, so that's great. And another simple question I have is, when we talk about rain events, and the rain comes down, and the rain, the pipes and whatever, and it's supposed to go to the sewer system, no, it's supposed to go to the drainage system, right? Storm system. And so you're finding there's a lot of compliance with this, with the residents, but you did an area, but is there some sort of newsletter that's going out to the people, the rest of people and the rest of the municipality to explain to them how change can make a difference?
Through the chair, yes, that is something that we're working on. So certainly there's been a lot of engagement with the residents that have been impacted, but we meet regularly with our communications team to develop our program for outreach and awareness. And we've talked about, a stormwater video for next year. And one of the other things we're working on is an outreach package for flushable materials and cross connections and I&I and what that means for everybody, because at the end of the day, it impacts everybody's pocketbook. So that is on our radar and something that we'll be working on in the next year.
Councillor Michelli, then Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to either Andrew or Stephanie. Can you comment on the status of the leak detection program in Port Rowan?
All right. We're fighting over who wants to answer. We did have really good success last year. So I think what we mentioned when we did the leak detection is it works, the technology we have works very well on metal, so on ductile iron, cast iron. We did find a number of deficiencies. They have been corrected, and we are noticing a significant decrease in water usage. The next phase of that project is actually finding those leaks on plastic. And the technology that we have for our employment right now, it does not work very well on plastic. So that's kind of the next egg to crack is how are we going to track down those smaller smaller leaks. We were seeing really great results, and then the massive water main break happened a couple weeks ago, and when you add up all that water, it basically put us back where we were a couple of years ago, but that is a temporary blip, and the overall usage there has certainly gone down.
Thank you, Andrew. And just on that water main break that we had a little bit ago, really want to congratulate staff for the way that they handled that. Of course, all these things happen on Sundays, and we had to get a bunch of things going there, so I'm really happy with the way that got resolved. Thank you.
We did not stage that for budget, by the way. It's sometimes people think that we plan these things because it's getting ahead of budget time. That was unrelated, but a very significant event for Norfolk.
Oh, I didn't think you were referencing the break. I thought you were referencing Councillor Michelle's comments being staged for budget. What do you want? Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Lately, I've heard that some urban centers in Ontario, and probably here in Norfolk, have noticed a decline in development where houses aren't being built as quickly as anticipated. So how does that, like, for example, in Delhi, I think we got 6 subdivisions that we've approved. Simcoe's the same. There's a lot of housing units been approved, but they're not happening. So how will that affect our whole discussion here with the water, wastewater, and the interurban water supply? Can it be slowed up?
So that is a problem that we are always grappling to deal with, and the best tool we have is our capacity allocation policy that council's approved and that Brandon and his team have been updating, and that really has the use it or lose it. So yes, we are tying up capacity in hopes that development will go forward. Darnell's team is pushing files through quicker, which is great, but we can't control when shovels hit the ground, and ultimately we do have the ability to, if they don't use it in a timely fashion, we can add that back to our capacity to dole out other places. Luckily, we haven't got there yet, and we haven't had to enforce it, but we do have that tool in our back pocket.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor, and through you, just want to follow up a bit on Councillor Brunton's question. The presentation, we produce about 2.5 million cubic meters of water, and other reports through the year, we've been told that we lose between 15 and 38% of that water. We lose before it gets billed, but we also treat 3.8 million cubic meters of wastewater, and I think that's probably what Councillor Brunton was getting at. What's the acceptable ratio on those? Like, in the real world, it should be 1-to-1, or the perfect world, it should be 1-to-1, right? What goes in comes back out, and we're almost double treatment of wastewater than what we are actually gets billed. So what is the correct number, or the average number, or a normal number in municipalities?
So thank you, Councillor Van Passen. You're helping me connect the dots there. It's making more sense to me now where Councillor Brunton was going. So you're right, ideal situation, 1-to-1. We know that's not a reality. No system is perfect. I think when we had talked with council about leak detection, non-revenue water, anywhere below 15% is pretty good. 10% is industry leading. It's the same thing on the inflow and infiltration side. No system is perfect. Any of the best systems going to have 10% leakage. So, I think a good target for us would say 10 to 15% above what we produce would be what we would like to see coming back to our plant. And you're right, it's nowhere near that. It's substantially higher, and that is because we are treating a bunch of rainwater that's getting into our system.
Okay, I'd like to just make a couple comments, and then maybe we get a quick coffee refill and then jump into finance presentation. I just want to say thanks to the team. The video is really, really cool, and I like that you've highlighted Jacob, because he is doing an outstanding job, and quite frankly, I'm upset that he doesn't work on project management anymore, because he's so responsive to the public. So if he's listening, thanks for all the work you do. Same goes with Jordan. I know that he's a really great asset to the team, and pretty dynamic with the stuff he's been working on. Really interesting to see the statistics and the targets on development, and glad to hear that the team is fully built out right now, but truly that credit goes to Darnell. Those numbers were improving just as soon as he joined, let alone building out the full team. So really great work you guys are doing. Love all the public participation with the kids, and I know that you're all very busy, so I appreciate you making time and prioritizing that. It was really neat to see this year. That being said, really tough budget, so good news story, but a lot of stuff that I think we're going to need to dig into here shortly. So why don't we hit the pause button, go grab a coffee refill, come back in 10 minutes, and we'll start with the finance presentation, and then we'll go into those questions. Okay? Great. 10:40.
Norfolk County, whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Hey Norfolk County, did you know that Ride Norfolk is now on demand? This means you can schedule Norfolk's public transit service to pick you up for appointments, shopping, school, or work. Ride Norfolk has partnered with Blaze Transit to offer on-demand pickups at all 95 stops across Norfolk, including this one. I booked my trip earlier today and my bus is here right on time. Since there are no fixed local schedules, you can easily book Ride Norfolk over the phone, online, or on the Blaze Transit app from your smartphone. Thanks, Charlie.
You're welcome.
Ride Norfolk's customer service team can help answer any questions you may have, get you started with the app, or book your next ride. By moving to on-demand, Ride Norfolk is helping more residents get where they need to go. To learn more, visit norfolkcounty.ca/transit.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's water treatment facility. Here in Port Rowan, the water treatment process starts by pumping water from Lake Erie up into the water treatment facility. Back in the treatment facility, I inspect large clarification tanks where the lake water enters the plant. Here we add coagulant, a chemical that attracts dirt particles together. These form into larger particles called flock, which eventually sinks and is sent to waste. Next, the water enters the filtration system where any remaining dirt particles are trapped by the filters. The water is then chlorinated and sent into a 113 cubic meter underground storage chamber. The water is then taken to the granular activated carbon filters that work like supersized 10,000-pound Brita filters to remove taste and odor. The final step is disinfection, which includes UV and a final dose of chlorine, ensuring safe, potable drinking water. Water testing is an important part of the job. Throughout the day, we take water samples at different stages of the process, up to 9 tests depending on the treatment facility. As a Norfolk resident myself, I am proud to serve the community I live in. Thanks for joining me in this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hi, I'm Marissa, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's waste and recycling operations. Here at the transfer station in Simcoe, residents can bring a variety of waste materials for disposal. Norfolk operates 2 transfer stations, welcoming about 27,000 customers every year, and accepts material ranging from bulky items, wood, metal, and yard waste. Norfolk also provides curbside waste programs. Recycling from your home arrives at this facility where it is manually sorted by the type of material. You can see why it's important to separate materials into the correct bin, rinse recyclables, and remove items from bags. This facility processes 4,600 metric tons per year. That's equal to about 20 tons per day. Once items are sorted by material type, they are baled and ready to be shipped across North America to be made into new material. About 8 to 10% of the material that arrives here shouldn't have been put in the recycling bin. Residents can use our Recycle Coach app to confirm if an item can be recycled. After seeing how waste is handled, I hope this video helps show why rinsing and sorting your recyclables are important steps in the recycling process. As a Norfolk County employee, I am proud to serve the community I was raised in. Thanks for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hey Norfolk County, whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Hey Norfolk County, my name is Anna and I'm here to share some water safety tips to keep you and your family safe around the water. Knowing how to swim is a life skill and an essential part of staying safe and having fun. Swimming lessons are the best way to learn essential swim survival skills to recover from a fall into deep water. Think you're too old for lessons? There are programs designed for teens and adults as well. With so many lakes and rivers, Canadians of all ages are avid boaters. Always wear a life jacket, it could save your life. Never swim alone, regardless of age and skill level. Always swim with a buddy. A buddy can throw you a buoyant aid if you get into trouble. When possible, wade into unknown waters to prevent injury. Backyard pools are a great place to make family memories. But remember, if you are not within arm's reach of your child in and around the water, then you've gone too far. Drowning can occur in as little as 10 seconds and it is silent. Every drowning death is preventable. Take time to educate yourself and those around you to ensure you're staying safe and having fun around the water. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/watersafety.
Soon after, members of council and I took our seats right here in council chambers last November, we began to plan the direction we'd like to see Norfolk County take over the next 4 years and beyond. A direction that builds on our strengths and sets a strong foundation in place for future generations. We looked outward to the people of Norfolk for input. We listened to you, the valued members of our community, from our sandy lake shores, our vibrant downtowns, our picturesque countryside, and our bountiful farmland. We engaged leaders from local businesses and community agencies. We gathered ideas from our team across the county. Based on what we've heard, we created Our Future Norfolk, a set of priorities that focuses on 5 key areas: empowering Norfolk, building Norfolk, connecting Norfolk, serving Norfolk, and sustaining Norfolk. These priorities, along with the initiatives and activities that drive them, will guide council and staff as we work together to serve you and all of the members of our community over the next 4 years. On behalf of Norfolk County Council and staff, we invite you to check out our website at norfolkcounty.ca/Our Future Norfolk and return frequently to learn more about our path to a vibrant and strong future for all of us, now and in the years to come.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. The first big question is, what is the official plan? Norfolk County's official plan describes Council's policy on how lands in our community should be used, managed, and developed. It is prepared with community input and helps to ensure the future planning and development will meet the specific needs of our community. An official plan includes issues such as where new housing, industry, offices, and shops will be located, and what services like roads, water mains, sewers, parks, and schools will be needed. It also defines when and in what order our community will grow and outlines community improvement initiatives. The official plan is approved by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing in Ontario. The current official plan was adopted in 2016 with a goal to manage the growth of this county for the next 20 years. Residents can see Norfolk County official plan on our website at norfolkcounty.ca/official plan. What is a secondary plan? A secondary plan is a more detailed policy document embedded within the official plan to address the growth and development issues unique to a specific area of the county. For example, the lakeshore area in Norfolk County or a particular urban area with defined characteristics can be a secondary plan. As I mentioned, it is a more detailed policy document. It provides directions on where future development will occur with a guideline on density, road access, infrastructure services, different building types, building heights, or even design guidelines that are compatible to that specific area. In Norfolk County, there is only one secondary plan at this moment, which is the Lakeshore Special Policy Area Secondary Plan. The Port Dover Secondary Plan would be the second plan the county is working on at this moment. What does the land use designation of a property mean? Norfolk County's official plan also identifies how individual land or a group of lands will be used, and this is done by the land use designation. In Norfolk County, a lot of lands have been designated as agricultural. Some areas have been designated as hazard lands because of their specific natural features. An example would be the natural creeks, streams, rivers, or shoreline areas. Some lands have been designated as residential, commercial, or industrial to efficiently manage the growth of specific land use. Each land designation has rules about the kind of development allowed. The official plan uses growth management data to identify where and how much growth will occur in the next 20 years. In accordance with the provincial requirement, Norfolk County reviews and updates these growth areas every 5 years. What is the process of changing an official plan designation? A landowner can request to change the designation of the land through an official plan amendment application. This change requires a public hearing meeting and council's decision. A landowner needs to consult with a planner to get more information about this process and to identify the required documents they must submit. Any official plan amendment needs to conform to
All right, welcome back. We're going to jump into item 3.2 on the agenda, which is the financial management and planning presentation from Finance. Chris and Amy and Jacob.
Thank you. I'm going to pass this one off to Amy and Jacob to present to you today.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. As Chris mentioned earlier, we have combined the operating and capital budgets this year into one document. We're hoping that this shift is for the better. It aligns us with the approach of many of our municipal competitors as well. When the components of the water and wastewater budget process are broken amongst multiple budget documents, it makes it very challenging to see the full picture, the costs of operating, maintaining, and growing our systems. In addition to providing a full picture, it's also going to allow much more meaningful discussion on the financial outlook for the county. Over the last several years, Finance has taken the opportunity to highlight the disproportionate amount of planned capital spending pertaining to the rate-related capital projects. We've tried to be fully transparent on the potential outlook for our borrowing requirements, which are placing the county in a difficult financial position. And most importantly, we've acknowledged the burden that is being placed on the rate requirements as a result of both the active capital projects and our capital forecast. The 2025 rate budget discussion follows similar messaging, aligning perfectly with today's Halloween committee meeting. Our presentation will walk through the actual layout of the budget document we will be reviewing today. As you have noticed within the corporate staff report in the budget document and on the slide, we still do break out the rate into the two primary sections, capital and operating. Today, I will start by providing Budget Committee with a brief walkthrough of a few of the staff reports on the agenda, provide an overview of the rate budget document. Jacob will then walk you through the capital reserve and debt components, and then I will return to talk about the operating components and the rate requirements. Our goal as a department is to ensure that Council has a fulsome understanding of the financial outlook for the county regarding water and wastewater. For this reason, our presentation today will primarily walk through the corporate services report itself. As you will notice, there are two consent items pertaining to the rate budget on today's agenda. I'd like to take a quick moment to introduce these reports to the Budget Committee before getting into our presentation, as both have material impacts on the actual budget itself. Report CS 24-152 is the staff report that I believe all council has been waiting patiently for. As everyone is aware, Norfolk County was successful in the application to the Housing Enabling Water Systems Fund, securing our ratepayers $16.5 million in provincial funding towards the completion of the Port Dover wastewater treatment plant. There have been some delays at the provincial level in getting our transfer payment agreements across to municipalities, which has been the delay in this report. Staff received confirmation that due to these delays, this report can now be brought forward to Council with a draft TPA in place, given that this is an item that needs to be presented alongside the rate budget to the related favorable rate impacts. The purpose of this report is to provide Council with a summary of the program, explain the impacts of the funding, and request authorization to enter into a transfer payment agreement. Within this report, there is an explanation of the direct impacts on the rate requirement because of this funding approval. In short, due to the successful application, Norfolk County's wastewater rate increase requirement for 2025 has decreased from the 14% initially projected at budget guidance to 8%. This obviously represents a monumental investment for the county from the province and is a step in the right direction. The county must continue to seek out all grant applications to ensure Norfolk County gets its fair share of funding from the higher levels of government. Report CS 24-145, on the other hand, presents a different scenario. In October 2023, staff engaged the assistance from Hemson Consulting to model the long-term rate increase requirements to accommodate the IUWS program. The direction provided to staff within this report was to pursue the IUWS under a decelerated phase, which places all construction-related elements contingent on a minimum 66% provincial federal funding being received prior to initiation. In the rate budget today, that remains the strategic direction for capital planning and financial forecasting. Jacob will discuss it in further detail in a few moments. This specific memo is being provided to Council today to highlight a few of the material changes to the inputs that were used within the initial financial modeling. The two most significant of which pertain to over $12 million in budget amendments that have occurred to date to the water capital projects, and an extreme adjustment to the projected costs of IUWS phases within the next few years, totaling over $62 million. From a financial standpoint, both for the county as well as residents, this stings. As Norfolk's share of costs on this project are funded entirely from the issuance of debentures, this leads to an additional burden being placed on the residents to fund this program, which in the end leads to higher than initially projected rate increase requirements for 26 and 27. The 2025 rate increase remains the same as initially projected at 14%. However, the feasibility of such a program at only 66% funding is now being challenged. So to summarize, these two additional agenda items act as rate guidance documents for 2025. Hopefully everyone has had the opportunity to review the proposed 2025 rate budget package. Before we get into the details of the presentation, we just wanted to provide a quick walkthrough of how to navigate the report. This year, the rate budget has been broken up into 5 sections. Section 1 includes the brief message from the treasurer, our corporate services report, and supplemental information on the rate budget process. Section 2 contains all the capital component. Section 3 contains the operating component. Section 4 provides information on all the user fees associated with the rate budget, provides the long-term residential impacts, as well as benchmarks Norfolk County against other municipal comparators. Lastly, Section 5 includes the one capital business case for the project being proposed within the 2025 rate budget, continuity schedules for our reserves and reserve funds, and the required budget presented in PSEB format. I will now pass the presentation to Jacob to walk you through capital.
Thanks, Amy. So for this presentation, I'll be providing some commentary on the capital side of things before passing it over to Amy to talk about the operating budget, rates, and user fees. So although much of the focus of today's budget committee meeting will be surrounding the 2025 capital budget, the 2026 through 2034 capital forecast, it's always prudent to stop and look at what's currently in progress in Norfolk County. So as of today, Norfolk County has a prior approved capital budget of $169 million for rate-related capital, over 90% of which are related to the 5 projects in the illustration on the left. As consistently communicated through reports to council at any opportunity that presents itself going back for the last couple of years, one of the greatest barriers to financial sustainability lies within water and wastewater. When you consider the fact that many residents across the county aren't a user of the water wastewater system, it condenses this burden into a much lower base of residents. Without question, as we move well into the future and consider vital topics such as resident affordability of municipal services, water and wastewater is going to remain as the one item at the top of the list for both resident and corporate affordability perspectives. So before I move on to the next slide, I want to draw council's attention to the bubble note at the bottom right. 64% of these approved capital projects, or $108 million, are currently approved to be funded from the issuance of debentures. Keep that number in mind as it's discussed a couple times throughout this presentation. So within this slide, there are a couple illustrations pulled directly from the report, which zone in on the capital projects being proposed in the 2025 rate budget and how they're planned to be funded. In Table 1, we've compiled a list of capital projects being proposed in this year's budget for ease of review. Looking at this list, Budget Committee will notice that there are no major additional capital projects at the treatment plants being proposed in this year, as much of the urgent capital rehabs and upgrades were approved in prior budgets or remain as active projects or out in a future year. Project 583-2537 at the very top of the list is the one new incremental capital project being proposed in the 2025 rate budget today, which looks to improve the access control systems at many of Norfolk County's treatment plants. A capital business case has been prepared by EIS and is included within the appendix section of the document, page 69 or 87 on today's agenda. Project 583-2422 pertains to the additional engineering budget at the Simcoe wastewater treatment plant phase 2 upgrades, which would commence following the completion of phase 1 construction, which is one of those active projects. And lastly, project 583-2808 is the elevated storage tank repair in Port Dover. It is the largest capital project for approval by Budget Committee today at a capital cost of $3.6 million. In addition to these 3 projects, a lot of the remaining capital projects included in this list are largely just pertaining to keeping our assets in a state of good repair. In total, $8.7 million of rate-related capital projects are being proposed today. On a somewhat positive note, the county plans to fund all of these mentioned projects primarily through the use of the water wastewater reserves, requiring no additional rate debt to be approved by council today for issuance. I only say somewhat because, as Budget Committee will see in a moment, there is an offsetting negative for taking this approach to capital financing. So looking forward to the rate capital forecast, which looks out to the years between 2026 and 2034, a total of $413 million worth of capital projects are being proposed and potentially approved in principle by council later today. So how does Norfolk County possibly afford to carry out this extensive capital forecast without placing further financial burden on residents or jeopardizing the corporate financial outlook for years to come? Well, we can't without help. This outlook has been frequently communicated to council through the last several years, and council has made decisions to ensure that this isn't a path we want to travel down. Most notably, in October 2023, council made the construction elements of IEWS on hold until a minimum of 66% grant funding is secured from higher levels of government, signaling that the magnitude of this project is far too extreme for the county to feasibly bear the full cost of completion. Today's rate capital budget, rate requirements, debt projections, all reflect a scenario where higher levels of government do indeed come to the table and help us get shovels in the ground. There are two illustrations on the slide in front of you. The illustration on the left provides a summary of projects included between 2026 and 2034 in the capital plan, with the illustration on the right highlighting the funding sources used for capital financing. You'll notice that there is a big chunk of funding from a source which we're now referencing as unsecured grants. This totals just over $170 million in expected grants utilized to fully fund the capital plan. So as referenced within the revised water modeling report on the consent agenda, this project can't be accommodated without the support that we're planning for. IEWS is not the only significant project, however, included in this forecast period. There are also several major wastewater replacements and upgrades which are being planned for within the next 10 years. Given current reserve balances, the magnitude of these expected costs, and the pace at which Norfolk County would have to increase rates to sustainably fund these projects through reserves, these are largely funded from the issuance of debt. So this slide includes two illustrations pulled directly from the staff report, which highlights exactly what is happening to the county's rate-related reserves in 2025, as well as throughout the 10-year period. As I alluded to a few slides ago, the ability of Norfolk County to fund majority of the projects proposed in 2025 using reserves comes with a trade-off. Table 3 in the staff report and on the slide in front of Budget Committee today represents the 2025 impacts on the water and wastewater reserves. Just to walk through this table, contributions represent the amount that Norfolk County can put into reserves for 2025, given the rate revenues expected to be generated from the proposed rates. Rate commitments represents the draws from each reserve for projects proposed for approval today, and the additional commitments represent expected draws from the reserves for water and wastewater components of projects that will be included within the levy capital plan in November, largely the infrastructure reconstruction program. At the bottom of this table, you'll notice that the county is once again projecting a net outflow for both water and wastewater reserves for 2025. This is where the trade-off mentioned earlier is reflected. The county's contributions to reserves are not significant enough to sustainably fund the proposed asset management-related capital without placing downward pressures on reserves. Now, in some years, this is completely acceptable, as the county will typically have peaks and troughs for capital spending. In saying that, it's now been a couple of years of this pattern, so we'd like to caution this moving forward. Now, we don't want this to be misconstrued with the infrastructure funding gap identified within the asset management plan, because it's much larger than this. In EIS 24-041 presented to council in July of this year, it referenced a target contribution of $21.4 million combined to the water and wastewater reserves. The proposed 2025 contributions is only $7.8 million. Chart 3 in the staff report and at the bottom of the slide shows the projected balance of the rate capital reserves over the 10-year planning period. Optimally, the county would be looking at a trend line that is at least staying stable or increasing over the long term, which indicates that rates are being raised sufficiently to begin preparing for the major capital replacements which will come as assets age. In Norfolk's situation, rates are certainly rising, but so are the projected borrowing requirements, which completely limits the county's ability to increase contributions in a meaningful way. Projects currently in progress, as well as projects being proposed in the short and medium term, are far too significant to fund these projects directly from reserves, many of which would eliminate the entirety of existing balances. So with every budget report that goes to council, there is always one underlying message, one point that staff is trying to highlight as mission critical for understanding. For the rate budget, this is without a doubt the debt servicing costs and then the anticipated debt load that the county could be faced with years down the line. There have been a couple lines that finance has continuously referenced within this staff report, as well as other opportunities throughout the year. The one that sticks out is, without monumental changes to funding available for rate-related capital projects, Norfolk County may become the municipality with the highest rate debt outstanding per capita across the entire province. So everything our team brings forward to council will always be based on numbers. And we can say with confidence, looking at the capital forecast in front of Budget Committee today, considering existing debt pressures that other municipalities are communicating, and just considering the amount of prior approved capital projects planned to be funded from the issues and debt, this is a true possibility. I just want to walk Budget Committee today through council tables 4 and 5 within the staff report, as they lead right into my final slide speaking about the annual repayment limit, which shows how much of Norfolk County's rate revenues are expected to eventually go towards servicing the debt. Just to start with table number 4, column 1, existing, represents the amount of total debt outstanding and issued as of January 1st, 2025 for projects which have been completed in prior years. Column 2, pending, represents the amount of debt that has been approved in previous years for active capital projects, which will be issued at project completion. And column 3, future, represents the amount of debt which is included within the 10-year capital plan, which once again completely excludes the additional $170 million that we're planning for IWS. Now, table 5, on the other hand, represents the amount of debt servicing costs that are currently being factored into the 2025 rate budget, which, as I mentioned, really limits the amount that the county can plan for long-term reserve contributions. So for 2025, the existing debt is anticipated to cost the county $3.8 million in debt servicing costs. For the previously approved but not yet issued debt for active capital projects, it will cost the county $7.8 million upon issuance. And lastly, the planned debt column really reflects what we're building up to. Financing even 34% of the cost of IWS takes the county years to get worked into the rate budget. That is exactly what's happening here, and as modeled within the Hemsen analysis. The vast majority of the rate increases for 2025, 2026, and 2027 are just building up our required debt servicing costs to accommodate IWS. Next slide. Now, this ARL chart is going to look a little bit differently from what has been presented to council in past years. And being able to present the rate budget today as one combined document will allow us to better represent the cross synergies between rate capital and rate operating. So as Budget Committee is all aware, the province sets the maximum amount of total municipal revenues which can go to service debt at 25%. This would look at all of your property tax revenues, user fees, water and wastewater revenues in a combined pool and evaluate how much of these own source revenues could go towards servicing corporate debt, which would include projects for levy and rate funded areas. Now, with Norfolk County's rate budget being a user-paced system, even referencing the 15% internally imposed limit at the corporate level doesn't truly get the message across for the difference between rate-related debt burden and levy-related debt burden. Although not a focal point of today's Budget Committee, I just want to first point out the light green line at the very bottom. Working with the preliminary levy capital plan, which we had in early October, the fluctuations between 3.5 and 6.7% of levy source revenues will go towards servicing debt throughout the 10-year period. We've included reference to a 15% internally imposed limit, as personally that's what finance would consider a sustainable borrowing level. Now, as can be seen, levy-related debt is not expected to be as stark of an outlook over the next 10 years, acknowledging still that there are some big what-ifs to come over the next few years, such as the integration of the asset management plan, maturity of the stormwater program, facilities and recreational master plans going on right now. The challenge that the levy is going to be experiencing for years to come will always be around reserve sufficiency and not necessarily the immediate or future debt burden. So this is something that we're going to discuss in detail within November when the levy capital plan comes forward to council. Now, moving over to the blue line, all our messaging leads to this graph. Taking into consideration the active and approved capital projects, the projected rate increases referenced within the staff report, and the 2 companion reports and making an assumption on the anticipated cost of borrowing and issuance types, this is not something we're happy to be presenting. If we benchmark the 15% level as a sustainable borrowing level, rate-related debt is expected to nearly triple that within the next 5 years. We're talking about more than 40% of all water wastewater revenues collected by the county going directly to service debt. So the last thing I want to mention before handing this back to Amy to talk about the operating side is that we will be presenting a corporate ARL chart within the levy capital plan. As of today, I can say that we are anticipating to be able to present a corporate outlook that does maintain the 15% internally imposed limit. So just want to provide that as a comment. So despite remaining within this corporate limit, the disproportionate amount of rate burden remains a huge concern for the finance team. With that, I'll pass the mic over to Amy.
Thanks, Jacob. Usually, long-term rate projections are established and approved in principle through completion of a rate study. However, significant changes to the county's capital plan have made portions of the previous study completed in 2020 irrelevant. The rate projections within that study are no longer sufficient to cover the increased costs of capital. To that end, a water financial feasibility study was completed in 2023 to determine the long-term rate requirements to accommodate the approved IUWS scenario, as this is the current direction for Norfolk's water solution. The rate requirements to accommodate this strategy were recommended to be implemented immediately and was approved in principle by Council through recommendation within Staff Report CS 23-147. However, in the years since that report, the cost for 9 non-IUWS capital projects and the projected cost for IUWS capital projects have increased significantly, along with slower than anticipated growth, resulting in the financial remodeling of the water rates as per the report presented earlier, CS 24-145. The results are the projected water increases presented in this slide. While the 2025 rate increase for water has not changed from its projection, the projections for 2026 and 2027 have increased from the previously presented 8% for each year. As with the presentation of the IUWS financial analysis, staff had also indicated that the wastewater rate increases would mirror water increases as proposed under option 2C. Fortunately, with the successful grant application for the Housing Watering Enabling Fund, as per report CS 24-152 of the $16.5 million, this has allowed staff to revise its financial modeling for the wastewater rates, and the impact of these grants will start with the 2025 rates, a reduction from 14% in 2025 to 8%, and as well from 8% to 7% in both 2026 and 2027, for an overall impact of a 9.4% reduction as of today. The rate increases presented for 2025 are required to meet the obligations Council has already approved in prior years, as Jacob alluded to, as well as projects underway, and there's only one completely new project for only $140,000 in 2025. The removal of this project would not lower the rate requirements for 2025. These future rate increases are best estimates based on the current capital plan and forecast, expected growth, consumption trends, and the strategic direction as provided by Council. These increases are likely to change. There are so many factors that can affect projections, both positively and negatively, including increased costs for planned projects, projects being needed to be added to the capital plan from the work that the EIS operations staff have been doing, changes in expected growth, changes in consumption trends of users, possible more successful applications for grants. So while we're presenting this as the outlook today, it is very likely not the same outlook that we will present to you next year, depending on all the changes. This slide highlights at a high level the budget drivers impacting the 2025 rate requirement. The proposed requirement for 2025 is $32,792,600. This is a 10.7% increase over the approved 2024 requirement. The net rate requirement represents the total revenues that must be generated through basic and consumptive charges for water and wastewater. As mentioned earlier, this budget is pretty much status quo without any significant changes to service levels. Of note, the entire increase in the net requirement relates to infrastructure, both reserve contributions and debt servicing costs. Operations staff with finance were able to find some savings along with increases to non-rate revenues, which help provide a small overall reduction to the required net rate requirement. This slide highlights some major budget drivers impacting the rate requirement. As noted by Jacob, the debt servicing costs are increasing by a net $2.68 million this year, with another $1.7 million in reserve contributions. From the operating standpoint, savings was found within water maintenance and repair supplies, as well as some increased revenues, including bank interest, water service charges, and fire protection charges. The fire protection charge increase is driven by the revenue requirements of the water operations budget, which is recovered at 17% through this source. It's as this has been approved in the former rate study and is an industry standard practice. All other noted increases are considered uncontrollable and required to continue to operate the systems at our current service levels. One of the first elements to determining the projected water and wastewater revenues for the next fiscal year involves evaluating users and consumption trends experienced in 2024. In terms of total customers, the growth in service demand for 2025 is forecasted at 0.8% over the user base. It is important to note that overestimating growth forecasts and user connections carries a high level of risk, increases the likelihood of a budget deficit, and rate revenues. Norfolk County has seen an increase of 87 billable water users when comparing August 2023 to August 2024. Upon reviewing the upcoming potential service connections, this level of growth assumption is considered to be obtainable and is highlighted in the first chart on the slide. Actual user water consumption has been on the decline over the past decade due to conservation measures introduced by commercial and industrial users and more conscientious use of water by residential users. Consumption had stabilized leading up to COVID-19. However, with restrictions in 2020 and 2019, the residential consumption had increased, and while non-residential had decreased. In our second full free year from COVID restrictions, the consumption is still rebalancing itself between residential and non-residential use. However, overall levels are still on a slight decline. This is illustrated in the chart at the bottom of the slide, and the estimated decline for 2024 is 0.44%. The impacts of the proposed 2025 rate increases to the average residential user utilizing 12 cubic meters of water a month is 14.8%, $14.08 per month. Over the longer term horizon, it is evident that the burden on the residential households for water and wastewater continue to climb rapidly as the cost of the required capital investments are mounting. As I noted on the rate setting slide, these rate increases noted are best estimates, and we expect that these projections will change with the changes mentioned previously. I promise we're getting to the end. Next steps. We are planning to issue the RFP to start the process towards a new water and wastewater rate studies before the end of 2024. At that time, Council will have the ability to complete a comprehensive overview and reestablish principles for the rate budget philosophy and revenue generation. A couple of items that will be reviewed in detail include the miscellaneous revenues, leachate revenues, bulk water rate revenues, and the potential transition to a blended waste disposal rate are all items we'd like to have looked into further, as well as adequate meter sizing pricing. As Norfolk County's stock is going to change and more intensified development comes into our county, we need to ensure that we're equity pricing larger meter sizes correctly. And lastly, fire protection charges. We have heard Council's concerns regarding fire protection charges, and we'll look to have this as a focal point in the next rate study so that if there is a push to adjust the current philosophy, we can develop a logical plan to do so. It is noted that a water rate study cannot be completed in its entirety until the plan for water has been confirmed and finalized. If the rate study is completed in time for the 2026 Budget Committee, the projected rate increases of that study will be coming into effect in 2026. Lastly, as Jacob noted, we're sounding a bit like a broken record, but one more time, the level of capital investment required for water wastewater cannot be accommodated without the support from higher levels of government. Norfolk rates are set to become the most expensive across the province, and these capital investments are only going to continue to drive this higher. Staff will continue to apply for all applicable grant opportunities that the county is eligible for to lessen this burden. And that brings us to the end of our presentation.
Thank you very much, Finance staff. I'm going to go right back over to Councillor Barry because he had a question.
Thanks, Mayor. I didn't have to even raise my hand. So it's the same, I guess the same question I had earlier, and I have a couple more now. But could you, again, just for the sake of the public, can you, I guess you kind of did cover it, but just say it succinctly, so if we have to share this clip, what is the impact from that $16 million grant, and tell everybody how they're benefiting from it, please.
So through the mayor to Councillor Berry, the simplest way to communicate that is we were projecting wastewater rates would increase by 14% this year, and as a direct result of the Housing Enabling Water Systems funding that we secured, we've dropped that projection down to 8%.
Okay, and you did say that earlier, so thank you for reiterating it there. May I continue with a couple other questions? Okay, so excuse me, on the slide for the basis for 2025 rate setting, you've got the chart there, the 2025 to 2033 chart. Amy, you said that these numbers are based on today's projections, and I get all that, but then you almost right away said that but things will probably change next year and how you're projecting this. So can you please clarify, are you expecting them to change up or down?
Through the chair, I would love to be able to give you that answer.
Okay.
I can't say for certain whether they go up or down, but as we've seen in the last few years with inflation and costs and delays, and depending on whether or not we get grant funding, delaying those projects out further could increase those costs, as well as if we're increasing the costs for water, wastewater, it is possible that residents start conserving even more and we have lower consumption, and thus we have to raise those rates higher to offset lower consumption. So it's one of those tricky subjects. Like, if they use less water, we have to charge them more to use less water based on the plan.
Right.
Ideally, we'd like to stay with these, but as we've seen, we've had a few budget amendments and pricing changes already, and we can't guarantee that that might not happen moving forward.
Okay, so you've actually preempted my next question a little bit here, and you've indicated, so my next question was going to be what could put things up and what could put things down, and you've said some of those things. Is there anything else that you would add that could either lead to just projecting outwards, what else could lead to them going up and what else could hypothetically lead to them going down, if there's anything you haven't just said?
The only thing I didn't mention is growth. So the faster that development actually occurs and houses get built and connections happen, that would put more users on the system and thus help lower what the requirement would be per user.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Huffman.
Thank you, Chair Martin. My question is, where you had said 10.6 and it's going to work out to 14 and change per month based on 12 meters of water used per month. What's that based on? Is 12 meters actual normal for people? Is this a single person living in an apartment? Is this a 4 or 6 person family living in a large house in a subdivision? I need to know what our actuals are in terms of when I'm talking to people about this rate, and because when you look at the dollar amount, it looks reasonable. I'm not saying I want an increase, but I'm just looking at in terms of breaking it down per month. But if it actually means it's $45 for a regular family, I'd like to know that as well.
Through the chair, yes. So the 12 cubic meters a month usage is the industry standard as average. Some people will use more, some people will use less. I will say my water consumption on a general basis is only about 6 cubic meters a month. I only have one person living in my home. I know it is similar in general. Sometimes seniors are more down below the 12%, but the 12 cubic meters, but families that have 2, 3, 4 children or multi-generational families are generally over the 12. Yeah. Do you know by how much? It's separate to every single family.
Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I noticed one of the charts showed a decline in the number of commercial water users. I think it was an 11% drop from August to August. What reason would that be, such a sharp decline?
Through the mayor to Councillor Columbus, one thing I would caution with that is we're taking that number at a point in time. So part of that could just purely be the number of bills during that month. There could have been some transition between properties, between a new commercial entity opening up. I think generally what we're seeing is that commercial is staying fairly flat.
Thank you. And secondly, Madam Mayor, the development that we approved not long ago, a month ago or so, just north of our RAB building. It's a large building. What kind of a water meter, what kind of an income, or what kind of expense would the water bill be for that type of unit that has multi residential units within it?
Through the mayor, that would be very difficult to answer right off the top of my head. But that does go back to one of the points that Amy made, that as we move forward with more of these intensified developments, it will become something we really need to look at, because I think historically we've had it where it's more likely to be a largely sized meter at a property like that, and the property deals with however that's billed out to the tenants. I think moving forward it would be more likely and more prudent that we're looking at how each individual unit is metered.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Brunton, then Duthie.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor and Martin. I'm on page, and I did this exercise, I guess, on page 20 of the report. I took the number of residential average, and you divide it out by the number of meters for residential, and I think it came out to, for 21-23, it came out to 137 cubic meters per household, which is fairly low. But if you use the 20 cubic meters per household, it's what's that work out to? 140 cubic meters per household, something like that. So I don't think the figures of usage are out of line. I think, as Mr. Grice pointed out, it's the wastewater that we're really getting dinged with. So I don't have a problem with the usage, but I did have another question, but I'll wait for that. So.
Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just through you to staff, I'm on page 32, I think, of this slide. No, actually, I'm not sure. It's the user and consumption trends. New residential users is 87 in 2024. This feels low. Is there any, can you give any basis of that, more so than what you sort of referenced briefly in the presentation, and how that compares to previous years? It just doesn't seem right to me, but.
Through the chair, as Chris mentioned earlier, it's a point in time. So I did a quick look. I looked at January to January, August to August, July, and depending on where you take that in the point in time, the number of new bills can be anywhere from 100 to 75 to 87. We just took the September billing as our reference, as that was the most recent. So it does change dramatically throughout the year. So we've been averaging between 0.8% growth and 0.1% growth, depending on the time you pick the bill, because again, we tend to have construction goes over the summer, so we generally have higher people connecting to the system in the fall. And yes, we have, as Brandon has alluded to in other presentations, the actual construction and development of housing has slowed in Norfolk County from the previous years during COVID, when we saw the rapid growth.
Thanks. I think what that really just underscored for me is the importance of obviously getting more shovels in the ground, getting more people and more users on the system as soon as possible. Thanks.
Anyone else? Councillor Brunton.
I'll go back. I have another question maybe you can help me with. On page 22, I see where you want to ask us poor rural people for $3.1 million again in fire protection. Can you tell me how you calculated that $3.1 million? What rationale is used to come up with that figure?
Sure. Through the mayor to Councillor Brunton, the way that number is calculated is based on the methodology that was approved in the most recent rate study. So that signaled that the fire protection charge is calculated based on 17% of the net water revenues. So as our water revenue is growing, that charge is proportionately growing as well. That is something that we've had on our radar and we'll be incorporating into the new rate study when it comes forward to bring you some options. The one thing I would note, though, that methodology is the industry standard and is similar to what is used by other municipalities.
Okay, but let me, so I'm clear, firemen, fire trucks, fire halls, all those things are in the rate, or the operating budget, correct?
Correct.
And when we do the piping and fire hydrants on the streets, that's all charged to water and sewer budget, rate budget?
Through the mayor, yeah. So the simplest way I can explain it is the theory behind it is if you were to develop a community that had was, say, just residential and no need for fire protection, then all of the costs for the fire department would go directly to the tax levy. The idea being that the water system itself has to be sized differently in order to accommodate the required fire flows. So that proportion is expected to be an additional 17%. So that's how that ties between the two.
Okay, so what's the rationale for the 17%?
The rationale, sorry, through the chair, the 17% comes from, that's the assumption of the additional cost to upsize the system in order to provide those fire flows.
At the hydrants?
Yep.
Which is urban?
Correct.
Thank you.
Councillor Vanden Drieschie.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. So what impact does that have on the rural resident then, financially, like dollar-wise?
Through the mayor, I believe if the total was 3 point some odd million, that would equate to roughly, I'm doing math in my head here, 1% of the total on the tax levy.
So rurally, we're assessed an extra 1% if you're living in the country for fire protection.
Sorry, no, that's on the entire total. So then that is broken out based on assessment and how the regular tax bills are calculated. So it wouldn't be quite that much.
And that is an increase of 17%.
The increase of 17% is 17% of the water revenues. That's where it gets difficult. So the impact on the tax levy this year will be the 400,000 and change.
Yeah, that's not a full percent at all. That's a lot less than that.
Yeah, so that's the impact this year. The total amount charged is more than that.
Right. Say, for instance, we have down in, I'll take an example, at the arena in Langton, there was a huge container system built for fire protection. That becomes an asset, and that would not be part of this water. It would be on the levy itself under, and if you could explain it.
Correct, yes. The cost of that would be recorded under the fire department on the levy budget.
All right, on the levy budget. Okay, thank you. It's huge. We got lots of fire protection.
Just caution the fire protection discussion because a couple things. It's like a piece of a pie, right? If you amend the rate on fire protection, it impacts the rate on the water rate. So it's got to be made up somewhere. And I think that there are probably a lot of benefits that rural folks do receive from in-town fire protection, of shared communal amenities that receive the benefit from fire protection. But I think it'll be good to take a comprehensive look through the rate study when we have all the information and dig into that next year. If it continues to come up and be a concern for you, then we'll have actuals. Are there any other questions? Councillor Breton.
Different perspective about that fire protection to maybe help? Well, I don't want to debate it, but I want to clarify it for, sir. If you take 20 cubic meters on the high end per month for a household, that's 140 cubic meters a year, 12 times 20, right? If you divide out the 3.1 million and work it backwards with the math, that's the equivalent of 4,700 homes that the rural people are paying for water. Okay, that's a lot of water. Anyways, I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Councillor Barry.
Thanks, Mayor. I just want to mention, Councillor Brunton, you just said that 20 times 12 is 140. 20 times 12 is 240. So that would shrink the number, I'm not trying to be that way, but I'm saying that would shrink the number of households, right? Like if you're calculating it at that rate. Yeah, I just want to point out that it's almost double. So it'd be cutting the number of households down considerably if you're thinking about it that way. That's all I'm trying to get at. I'm not disagreeing with that, but it's a lot less than the 4,000 and whatever.
I have some questions if nobody else has anything on deck. I don't know that I recorded all the page numbers properly. So maybe a couple are just clarifying so that I have a good understanding, but I think it would be important. Correct me if I'm wrong, so this is page 14. Out of the active capital rate projects ongoing, 169 million, 14.4 of that is attributed to interurban water, meaning that the remainder, 154.6, is capital costs for our owned assets that we're maintaining and operating presently. Is that correct?
Through the chair, I can take that one. That's correct. So as of today, we have $169 million worth of active rate-related capital projects. This on the screen here, you'll see a little circle with the 5 largest water and wastewater capital projects. That represents $155 million of projects. So in regards to IWS, we have 3 capital projects that are approved for IWS. We have the Simcoe transmission main from Townsend. We have a general IWS engineering budget, and we have the phase 1 Nanacoke upgrades engineering approved. Those total $14.4 million. That's currently in the approved capital budget pertaining to engineering efforts on IWS. All other budget pertains to Norfolk County specific assets.
Okay, so we are spending 155 million on maintaining our current assets, slight upgrades, but generally speaking, status quo. The 14.4 is attributed to interurban. As we build out the capital budget over the years, yes, interurban is going to grow if we get provincial and federal dollars to support the project, but the cost of not executing on a bigger plan is essentially $155 million to maintain what we have and status quo. The cost of not executing is exponentially higher in this year alone, just to maintain what we have.
Through the chair, that's 100% correct. I just don't, there of these 5 projects, 85% of that actually pertains to wastewater.
Yep.
So just, that's the other just clarification.
Yep, okay, good point. Shared together, water and wastewater. And so somewhere else in the budget, I had to talk to Heidi about it because I wasn't understanding it. It speaks to 6.7% of the levy-supported capital, meaning that 93% of our capital budget is attributed to the water and wastewater infrastructure. Is that a fair way to put that?
Through the chair, no, not quite. So just capital budget. This will be a document that we can actually, or a stat we can provide with council with in November, and we'll essentially look at what's approved today and what's going to be approved with the capital. We'll give you that proportionate share. Just to kind of simplify, I think last year our total capital plan surpassed $1 billion, and this iteration of the capital plan now has $169 million in active capital plus another $418 million across the capital plan. So like we're approaching the point where half of our active capital and half of our future capital will be related to water and wastewater.
Half, okay. So what's the comment then, just so I have a very clear understanding, and I apologize, I don't have the page number, but it says 6.7% of the levy supported capital, because maybe I misinterpreted the point. It was early on in the...
Through the chair, I did reference the number 6.7% when I was referencing the ARL chart. for how much of levy source revenues could go towards servicing levy-related debt. So that is expected to peak at 6.7% within the next 10 years.
Okay, thanks for clarifying that. What is 1% on the rate budget?
Through you and to you, that 1% on the rate budget is approximately $300,000.
Okay. Are you able to provide, it's kind of a speculative statement, but are you able to provide some commentary on the status of the reserve and the reserve contributions? And you mention it on page 17. So it shows the net inflow and outflow. It shows how much we're putting in and then what we're taking out. So it's difficult to quantify because there are a lot of significant projects going on. But what, based on your calculations, what should we be putting in as an adequate amount? And what would that difference be, not only in a percentage, but a dollar value? I think it was a question that Councillor Berry asked a year or two ago on the operating or it doesn't matter, capital plan. What, if in a perfect world, if dollars and cents wasn't an issue, what would we be contributing to those reserves?
Through the chair, I have an answer response for that question prepared. Just first and foremost, that would not necessarily be an immediate recommendation for finance. That would be quite burdensome. But if you look at the asset management plan that was brought forward to council in July, it set the target for our contribution to the water reserve at $9.7 million and the wastewater reserve at $11.7 million. Now, I did a quick calculation here in regards to first closing the gap. So on the screen, you'll see here, we have a net outflow this year of 4.8 for water, 1.5 for wastewater. If you wanted to eliminate that outflow, you would have to increase your water rates by 33% on top of what we're recommending today and 8% on wastewater. If you want to talk about closing your infrastructure gap, so essentially bringing your contributions to a sustainable level as recommended within the asset management plan, it's over 40% on both water and wastewater to get there. It's not typically the way we look at capital financing necessarily, because we try to leverage debt as a tool where it's smart to do so, but you're looking at 40% to essentially close your gap today.
Nope, that's helpful. It provides some context, and I think it's important to put that into context while the current projections are still very high and they're projected to continue. It demonstrates a staged and phased plan that allows staff to do just that, take on debt when it makes sense and repay it when it makes sense. You probably don't have an answer to this today, and I should have provided it in advance, but it's something I've talked to Andrew Grice about. We spend a lot of time talking about, and I'm going to reference the old numbers just because they're top of mind. We spend a lot of time talking about the cost of interurban versus Plan B. So we say 450 million, and that was 2023 dollars, to go ahead with interurban versus 500 million to stay with the status quo. But one thing that we don't discuss and haven't quantified is the cost associated with the assets in the ground, the pipes we have in the ground, regardless of interurban, regardless of Plan B, regardless of retaining what we already own. We just found out that we have Waterford pipes from 1960s and 1970s that need replacement. But we also know that we should be upsizing a lot of our infrastructure to accommodate infill and more density. But we can't do that across the board because there might be smaller pipes here or there might be stagnant water there if we upsize. So it's a convoluted question, but are you able to review what's in the capital budget over the next 10 years? That's not going to be all of our assets, obviously, and prioritize what needs to be changed, what could be upsized in that change, and what the dollar value of that is. Because we need to be adding that into the conversation for interurban or not as a factor.
Through the chair, I'll start this question and I'll probably pass it over to Andrew in a second there. So that was kind of one of the exercises that did happen when we did the IAWS feasibility analysis under what was considered option 4. Essentially, you want to compare scenarios where one variable is the same. So scenario 4 was developed to allow for the same level of growth as IEWS. It was not a do-nothing scenario. It was a how do we build our current systems to accommodate the same level of growth. So it was not just to maintain the systems. In regards to looking how we build the systems out and whether there's other ways to do it, I think one of the big pieces that is going to be on Darnell's plate is the Integrated Sustainable Master Plan that's kicking off. And I might just pass it over to Andrew just to comment on that, because that might be the opportunity to kind of reassess.
Through the chair, yes, that is correct. So we are just starting our master planning for water, wastewater, stormwater, as well as transportation, and that will drive where we see improvements in our infrastructure. Because the mayor is correct. We talk about all these large projects, but you can spend that money and you're not going to realize that benefit if we don't update things at a local level. So a very good example we talked about a couple years ago was our cast iron water mains. So 20% of our water mains in the ground across Norfolk County are old 1950s, 60s cast iron. Many municipalities have a proactive replacement program where they replace 2-3% every year, so that in 10 years, that entire inventory is gone. That is not reflected in our budget. We have a very bare bones budget right now because the capital dollars for some of these major initiatives are so expensive. And those are things that we do need to get some direction on, and should we be putting those into our capital budget? I think that's just one example. There's tons of examples where we could be doing more at a local level, but that will start coming out of the master planning process. It will be a significant dollar value as well.
I'd be really interested in quantifying that, and even if it's, because that's a massive work project for staff, but even if it's just the next 10 years from a priority perspective, because then you could make assumptions and say, well, over the next 10 years, that is only 2 or 5% of the total assets we have, and we'd be able to at least set a very preliminary dollar figure to what the total repair build out could look like in Norfolk County, because what I'm getting at is if money doesn't come from upper levels of government and all of a sudden we make a determination that interurban water is not the affordable plan and we need to remove items out of the budget, and that readjusts everything, I don't want that number to come down, our projections to decrease significantly, and then have staff come to us and say, now it's time to change all the assets in the ground, and they level back up again. So I want to know what the cost is to maintain what we have regardless of interurban, and I understand that'll be a projection and a lot of assumptions, but if we can quantify in the 10-year capital plan what percentage of our overall underground assets that would be, we can build that out and say, okay, well, 100% would then be this. Councillor Berry?
I have a follow-up question, I think, to Andrew there. So, things like replacing the cast iron pipes, I understand why that's a good thing, upgrading it, avoiding failures later, whatever. But is there potential cost savings on some of these other capital requirements we have if we do the cast iron pipes? Like, will that save us money on other pieces later, or is it just a matter of replacing it so that there's no that disaster costs related to that?
So through the chair, there's a couple factors there. So it does provide an increased level of service to the existing residents. So some of this work would be done to support future development, but there are lots of examples, and certainly a number of them in Port Dover that are on the docket, I think, for 2025 construction, where residents are regularly having brown water in their system. That is not great from a resident perspective, but it also takes a lot of Stephanie's team's time. We go out, we flush those, we check the systems, so there is a reduction in our operating expenditures as well for making these replacements. But it is a benefit to both existing and future users.
So if I can follow up, so then at this point, then, like you mentioned the Dover thing, and that's great that it's coming, and we're all very happy about that. So right now, then, are these assets, essentially there's no replacement plan, they're just being replaced when there is a failure, let's say?
So through the chair, you will see in our long-term capital plan, some of them are already scheduled, but it's being done through a coordinated process. So when we look at our capital plan, we don't want to just go in and rip up a road to replace a water main if the road is in good condition. So we do try to balance that. Where other municipalities have gone is to say, you know what, we need to get rid of the cast iron, and we are going to go in and we are going to make a smaller trench, remove that section of pipe, and replace the road. Right now, we're still trying to coordinate capital projects, and as a result, some of those cast iron water mains are, way outside of our 10-year capital plan, and from a risk profile, I think we should be moving those further up.
Okay, so just, I guess to clarify then, my previous question, understanding that yes, there are some in the capital forecast, all the ones that are in the capital forecast, no, I'm not going to say all. What percentage of the ones that are in the capital forecast are there because of complaints from residents versus we just need to replace this, let's replace them because we're doing road work or whatever? Like, are we driving those replacements right now based on resident, problems that residents are facing, or is there a plan to just kind of do it as we do it, or how do those decisions get made and those recommendations get made for the capital budget?
So that's a good question. So when we develop our capital budget, we do have a risk matrix. So we look at, likelihood of failure, customer impacts, to develop where we prioritize. I think if I was to go back to our budget presentation a few years ago, if we sit at 20% inventory of cast iron, I think within our 10-year capital plan, it'll get us down to 17%. My guess would be about half of those replacements are probably driven by customer complaints, and half of them are driven by, coordination of efforts on other capital projects.
Okay, thanks. So my last question, I think, right now, is that if we're 50-50 reactive, proactive, essentially is what you're saying, how does that stack up to other municipalities? Like, what percentage of their replacements are proactive versus reactive? If you have a sense of it. Like, what's the industry standard?
So for the chair, it depends on the municipality and depends on how much cast iron they have. So I can speak, for Hamilton, my former employer, we put a program in place to remove cast iron in 10 years. So we just divvied that up, and if it represented X kilometers of pipe, we added that to our budget as a proactive measure. That is kind of the industry standard, is to set a target of 10 or 15 years and remove that from your system.
I understand that. And there would still be some reactive, here's a problem we have to fix right now. So what I'm trying to get at is 50-50, is that pretty usual? Are we too reactive? Or that's what I'm trying to get at here, if you have a sense of it. If you don't, then you can say I don't know, but I just want to know, do you know how we're doing on the proactive versus reactive?
So through the chair, other municipalities are far more proactive when it comes to cast iron water main replacement.
Thank you.
Before I go to you, Councillor Van Andrieschie, can I ask a quick question on that subject? Okay, and so to that end, how do you quantify so you've determined proactively to replace a cast iron or whatever the matrix was to decide whether it was complaint or you were organized. How do you determine upsizing when you know that we might come into somewhere else along the way that's not ready to be repaired, or the roadwork's not ready to be done, but that pipe is smaller than, because obviously you're trying to avoid the stagnant water, and how do you do that?
So through the chair, that is kind of the magic that happens in the background with Darnell and Mariana and our teams is, a lot of examples of old cast iron are in older residential neighborhoods. So some of the Port Dover examples, they're just being upsized because they are old and that is what is required. But we know we're not going to see a large increase in use within those specific areas. They might be dead-end streets or small residential neighborhoods. But when we're doing work like out front of Cab here on Talbot Street, that was a very old 100 mil cast iron water main. So we do look at what we have in the hopper, what's coming our way from a development perspective, so that we can build it, so that we know it will meet our needs today, but also into the future. But we have to be careful that we don't oversize our infrastructure. That is one common misconception, is you got the road ripped up, throw the biggest pipe you can in there and we'll never have to touch it again. That leads to a lot of water quality complaints. So we have to balance what we know is coming in the next foreseeable future and size that infrastructure appropriately. And most of the time we get it right, but there are times where a development might come along and we will be forced to go back and upsize the infrastructure to support that type of build.
Shows the merit in a growth plan, I suppose. Councillor Van Andrieschie?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, just to follow up a segue through that. So we're reactive. or we take advantage of. So if we're tearing up a road, we take advantage of replacing a pipe. If not, we're reactive. If there's a break, we fix the break. Is that what you're telling me? We don't have a specific 10-year outlook plan to say we're replacing here, replacing there in the 10-year plan? Do we or don't we?
So through the chair, we were talking about very specific cast iron water main, which represents a portion of our work. I don't want to sound like we are just purely reactive and we don't know where we're going next year. I mean, we do have a plan. It is based on a number of conditions. It is road, it is infrastructure driven. I will say I do find around here a lot of our programs are driven by road condition, and I would like to flip that mentality, and the underground infrastructure should be maybe driving more of the investments. But it is common in our full reconstruction projects, our urban resurfacing, our rural resurfacing. We do have a plan, and they are based on condition assessments. But when you're talking about something like cast iron specifically, we just don't have a program for that. It's more of built into our existing plan based on other risks.
Okay, I'm not complaining about it because you're taking advantage of the time of the road. Yeah, that's common sense. That's good. That's good planning. I have no problem with that. My question here is, have we heard from either level of government anything positive of what we're looking for in dollars? Because where does it come to, what point do we say we can't wait any longer? We can't, but look at alternatives. Can you tell me where we sit at that point? Because I remember us talking about it in 2020. We are now moving on to 2025. I have a grave concern, and I'm not willing to burden the generations to come. And I think we have to start maybe biting the bullet and looking at alternatives if we can. And that's just a question.
Yeah, so through the chair, I can start and find if someone want to chime in, and the mayor may even want to chime in through her conversations at her different tables she sits at. We continue to be told that funding is on the horizon, but we have not seen anything released yet that would fit the bill for something large like interurban. So we are working in the background so that we're ready when it does become available, if it does become available. When we brought the last report forward, the finance report in the fall, we indicated that at the end of this year, we would kind of be in a position where we need to start making a decision. Otherwise, we may run into a point where we're, declining applications in Simcoe or other places because we don't know what our long-term plans are. We can probably stretch it out a little bit longer, but I would say anything past kind of next spring, we're going to need to know where we're going. Otherwise, I would fear we may run into some development issues in our urban areas.
Councillor Brunton, then Columbus and Barrie.
Thank you, Mayor Martin, and I apologize. There's a lot here to digest, and I want to apologize I have two questions about debt and the. Got it written down here, sorry. The commercial drop in use, okay? But before that, I just want to apologize to Councillor Berry. I used 12 cubic meters in my calculation. They used 12, and I said 20, and that's why it changed figure, but it was based on the 12. But if you go on page 20 and look at the use in this report, and divide out the figures for 21 to 23, the average, it works out to about 137 cubic meters per residence. But if I upped the residence a little bit because I assume we had some growth since 23. So
you never have to apologize to me ever again, Doug. You're you're a treasure, and I value our friendship. So.
All right. Anyways, my question is the 108 million that we are looking at, is that, we're at 85 now, the last borrowing, am I correct? We're in debt, 85 million?
Through the chair, we'll give you an exact number with the levy, but I believe that's about where you're at the corporate level. So,
okay.
Yes.
So to get to the 108, is that at the end of 24, or there are projects that are going into 25?
No, so actually, if you look at this slide, I apologize, through the chair, if you look at the slide in front of you here, the very first column there, $35 million for existing debt, what that's saying is 35 million of our 85 million relates to water and wastewater debt. Today, it's already been issued. The $108 million relates to the active capital projects that we have on the books, the Simcoe wastewater treatment plant, the Port Dover water treatment plant, the Port Dover wastewater treatment plant. We've got a $108 million approved, not yet issued in debt financing for active projects.
Okay, and that's my question in a way, like with interest rates coming down, do you anticipate, has that changed much from what you projected?
Through the chair, like we're hoping to benefit from the drop in interest rates for sure. Now, our next issuance will likely not be until mid-2025, and it would be a smaller one. Simcoe wastewater treatment plant wouldn't be issued for several years to come, like the same in Port Dover. So we're talking about issuances that would happen years down the line. Before we get to that point, there may be opportunities to swap some of that down if we get the opportunity. If we are able to build our reserves up at some point in time, we might be looking to reduce that number. If there is any change in available infrastructure funding, such as OSIF and CCBF, we might be able to change that number. So it's those kind of things we have to look at. As of right now, we have to have the projects fully funded in capital. We have no other way to do that right now other than debt, unless we get some of the other infrastructure funding sources moved over to water and wastewater.
Okay. My next question is, I noticed in your slide presentation, there was a drop in commercial by 11, I guess that's 11 meters, commercial water meters. It's in your report. Do you know any reason behind the 11, like who maybe you don't want to mention them, but were they major water users that you're aware of?
Through the chair, no, we're pretty confident that the actual commercial users is fairly stagnant, that they're not changing. What happens is because we take this at a date and time, so it's just on the bills issued in October or August of 2023 and August of 2024, there are changes in owners and users at different locations. So sometimes those numbers do switch. So it says we had 11 less bills, but we could have 22 more bills the next month to offset it. It's just a timing of when bills are issued. So sometimes someone will end it, like if you sold your home, same with a commercial business. If you left the business and you got your end bill in August, but the new person didn't move in until September, they wouldn't get a bill until later, so the numbers would offset each other. So we aren't actually seeing a reduction in commercial users, we're just seeing changes within the year span of commercial users.
Okay, all right. My last question, I guess through you to Mayor Martin, to Andrew, is the wastewater plants, Andrew. When I see all the figures that we have to, of capital works we have to commit, we're not going to change our wastewater system in any way that, other than keep it upgraded. Am I correct on that? Like there's no possibility, and we're going to interconnect our wastewater system. That's certainly not in the books, is it?
So through the chair, no, that is not on our radar. I mean, anything is a possibility, but movement of wastewater is a fairly large challenge, so it probably makes more sense to keep those as independent systems.
So everything we see that comes by in terms of wastewater at our plants is a given, in my opinion. Like, there's no sense arguing about it. If your estimates are half decent, or shall I say, on the budget, we go ahead. Is that?
So through the chair, I mean, it's fairly bluntly put, but yes, that's kind of correct. It is what it is. That work needs to be done. Where we may see some benefit, and Steph alluded it to, like in Port Dover and the I&I program, there is potential, and you may recall when we presented the upgrades to the Port Dover wastewater treatment plant, there was 2 phases. We're in phase 1 right now, that will wrap up. We wanted to give it some time so we could re-rate the plant with the new technology in place, but another big part of that re-rating will be if we can get a better grasp on the I&I, and there's potential that phase 2 may not be needed for another 10 years in the future, or maybe it is a smaller capacity increase as part of phase 2. So that's where I could see there may be some changes on the wastewater side, is if we can continue to find these efficiencies and run our plants better, those numbers might go down slightly, but we have to upgrade the plants. They need to be operational and they need to meet our regulatory requirements.
Thank you.
Councillor Columbus.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Decades ago, the Ontario Conservative government indicated that there would be tens of thousands of people living in Townsend, and that hasn't happened. But I do recall studies going on with respect to the water going from Nanticoke to the Townsend Water Tower. And what size is that pipe that goes from Nanticoke to Townsend? And is it only one pipe, or I don't think there was two pipes put in? But can that one pipe handle the immediate load of water that would be required, say from Townsend to Simcoe?
So through the chair, I might have to lean on Mariana for the details, but that pipe is being upgraded as part of the project that has been identified. It is undersized for those needs, and that is part of the work that's being designed and undertaken. But in terms of its specific size and the size of the tower, I know Mariana knows that stuff like the back of her hand. So if you need that, she can provide it.
Okay, thank you.
Very much, Andrew. Through you, Madam Mayor.
I can't hear you, sorry.
Yeah, thank you. So the elevated tank is just around 1,000 cubic meters. I have to verify that backwards with Haldeman, what's available for us. And we did modeling at that point in time. We also updated our capital plan to upgrade all the water mains from the plant to the Townsend elevated tank, and we are replacing sections that were evaluated during the modeling exercise and found inappropriate in terms of sizing. So it's not a full length replacement. It is a portion south of Townsend of the 750 millimeter water main coming from the plant. And then the other water mains are in the order of 400, 350. And we're replacing short sections of that were identified in the modeling exercise. So it's not the entire pipe that we replace. We are very aware of the impact on the rate, and we determine that a phased approach, depending on how much water we're going to need in phase 1, in phase 2, in phase 3, will work better. So we actually cash flow our expenditures, and we have a capital plan that is more affordable to the extent possible, without impacting the technical need that we need, for the proper water supply system to function properly and meet the demand requirements.
And secondly, I've been reading a lot about algae blooms in Lake Erie. Just wonder, has that been weighed into the equation with respect to algae blooms and the potential for contamination from lake water versus our current system with three municipalities' groundwater?
Yes, we did as part of the Nantico engineering pre-design stage. We evaluated with the consultant the risk of algae blooming on Lake Erie, and we found that the intake is approximately 600 meters into the lake. The raw water is of way better quality as compared to our plants in Port Dover and Port Rowan, where we have much shorter intakes into the lake. And then we also did one extra step in that exercise. We also looked at PFAS.
Sorry, can you just bring that closer to you? I have a hard time.
I'm not sure if everybody is aware with PFAS, microplastics and other contaminants and concerns that are now in draft guidelines in Canada. However, they've been enforced in the United States recently, and they will be coming to us as well. So together with Haldimand County and the consultant we have on board, we looked at all these eutrophication, algae, and PFAS, and all other risks that may come our way in the future 10 years. And the design is still better. The technology that is required is not very complex, and it's more affordable as compared to membranes, which are very expensive to maintain and operate overall. So we did our evaluation, and we assessed our risk for compliance, and we are actually currently selecting the technology for the filtration and clarification processes at the Nantico, with the cost savings in mind and with the future compliance risk in mind.
Thank you.
Does that answer your question?
Very quickly before I go to Councillor Berry, can you, Mariana, just, you've said this more times than you need to say it, but can you say it again today, your opinion on ground water versus lake water very quickly, because it's still coming up more than I care to comment on.
Yes, Madam Mayor. Cinco wells are assessed as susceptible to further contamination and capacity rate decrease in the future. We have Stephanie here. She can elaborate on that risk further if need be. However, in the essence of time, we were advised that the water supply in Simcoe is unreliable long-term and presents compliance risk, and the ministry recommended multiple times to find another better, more reliable water supply source.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Berry.
Thanks, Mayor. Back to Andrew. I had made a note earlier that I'm wondering, you know, has Norfolk County prioritized, you know, response to residents and everything about the concerns that are visual, like roads, at the expense of, say, things that are invisible, like pipes? And so you mentioned a moment ago that, you know, might be, you'd like to flip the perception of where the priorities should lie. And so I guess because I'd made that note, I wanted to ask for clarification of what do you mean by that, flip that perspective?
So through the chair, really what I was alluding to, and it's common everywhere, is what's most visible to people is the road surface. So potholes, deteriorating road conditions, that's what makes our phones ring, that's what makes your phones ring. So they're just far more visible, and they tend to drive the capital conversation. Infrastructure is invisible, it's underground, they don't see it often until it's too late, and they have, you know, brown water, and they bring that information forward. It's at different stages we get that information, and it's just very common for road conditions to drive capital programs because they're more visible. So we're trying to do a better job with our risk analysis so that when we present our capital budget to council, it's not purely just on visible and aesthetic stuff. It's, you know, it's the hard facts that drive our capital program, and we're moving in that direction, but we're not quite there yet.
Yeah, and so thanks. So I guess that's good. My note was somewhat on the right track. So I guess not to discount in any way the importance of roads and how they look and how they are and the safety and everything else. But I do recall presentations of budgets past where you've indicated that our roads are actually, if you measure them, they're above average. Are they not? Countywide, above average condition. Am I remembering that correctly?
Yes, through the chair, on a whole, when we did our road inventory, our roads needs assessment that council just saw a few months ago, our roads as a whole are very, very good.
And on that note, our water infrastructure on the whole is?
Not so good.
Not so good. So I guess, I don't know where I'm really going. I just wanted to get some clarification as my brain sort of, the tumblers shift here. So is it a matter of just more information needs to go to the public to help everybody understand that, you know, the priority, the roads are not, it's not that they're not important, but the priority really is, it has to be drinking water as we go here. And if there's some deficits in roads, they're important too, but perhaps making people aware that getting brown water and unsafe water out of people's homes maybe is a capital priority going forward, as opposed to making sure that everything's smooth. I don't know where I'm going with that, but I wonder if there's something that you can do, or your department can do in partnership with our communications people to sort of start to make that more of something that goes out publicly and not something we say around this table once a year or twice a year.
Through the chair, great suggestion, and maybe that's something, we have a stormwater video plan for next year. Maybe we can build this into the equation as well to help share that information. But good timing, because we are just getting ready to start the next phases of our asset management plan, and that is setting levels of service. And we reached out to all the councilors indicating we'd be setting up workshops to start going through that. And that's where we have that opportunity to, for example, say, take your roads from a A, make them a B, and take that money and invest it in the water. Or if council or if our finance folks want, invest it in reserve so that we have more money available. But that's where I think council will have an opportunity to weigh in on that. And there's also a public consultation piece that goes along with our asset management plan. So we'll be taking that out so that everyone is aware of some of the decisions we're making. And that will be coming workshops starting in December, early into the new year. And then we have to have that plan finalized by July of 2025.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to the workshops. I've signed up for mine, and I'll be interested in hearing more. But on that note, because I am looking forward to the blast that's going to be, you mentioned earlier about going to the Ontario Water and Wastewater Conference, and as excited as I am about our workshops, I want to know, is that as much fun as it sounds?
Through the chair, I find conferences to be a great time. I think you learn a lot, and honestly, I think a lot of staff in Norfolk have worked for Norfolk for a long time. There's a lot of new staff that have joined this organization, and they bring different experiences, and you can learn a lot from what other people are doing. So all these ideas that we're talking about for leak detection and I&I, like, those aren't new novel ideas. They're things that we've seen other people do, and we're just changing them and tweaking them to fit our needs and bringing them forward. So they are fun, but they also provide a lot of value.
Yeah, so, okay, that's good. So I guess where I'm going now is that with how big of a deal this is for us as a county, this water issue, I really hope that there is something that you can bring back from that conference and share it with us, and whether it's another workshop or just an update at council, but we got to find some solutions. So I'm glad that you're taking action on it. So thanks a lot.
Councillor Michelle.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, and I think Councillor Very just kind of started asking about the pipes, and I know earlier, it seems like a little while ago now, Andrew was talking about the issue of the iron piping that needs to be replaced, and the issue of whether or not we are going to do it as part of a road project, or do all those things that Andrew mentioned. It kind of brought to mind, Andrew, and I don't know if you're going to be able to comment on this or not, but I think about 4 years ago, we discovered that there was, and I believe this was non-iron piping, but it was metal piping that was laid in and around Port Rowan that was installed, I guess, I think it was about 25 years ago, but it had to be replaced because while it wasn't cast iron, the metal pipe was laid in acidic soil, and it was a mistake made, back then by when it was installed. And so that pipe was supposed to have a lifespan of 75 years, but we had to replace it after 25 years. Is that consideration of the iron piping, is that something that we still need to be concerned about and include, or is that something we have included? Because I don't want to, I have to ask this question now. I don't want to ask this in 2 or 3 years. Oh, why is that line not working properly? Well, it turns out that that's the same stuff. So I just want to kind of get that out there. And I appreciate the fact you may not be able to answer that specifically right now, but I do want to kind of put it out there that I don't want this to be one of those we forgot about that part of it. So I don't know if you can comment on that.
So thank you for the reminder through the chair. It is something we have to be aware of. So you're correct, that is a ductile iron. So when we're talking about our water quality concerns, that's cast iron. A still very reliable water main construction method is ductile iron, and we have a lot of it in our system. And like any material, it's technology or material selection is one thing, it's construction standards. So you need to make sure we have the appropriate soil. Even if we're using plastic and we don't have any fear of corrosion, it needs to be proper bedding and proper compaction. Otherwise, you're still going to have problems. So, regardless of what we choose, construction methods and site inspection and verification is extremely important and built into our contracts. For our bigger contracts, we have full-time site inspection. For some of our smaller contracts, we rely on staff to complete those inspections, but it is top of mind to make sure we're getting the best product at the end of the day.
Yes, thanks, Andrew. But the other part of my question is, though, I don't want us to find out. You're referring to when we put pipe in now, but what I'm asking about is there a way for us to ensure that this, I guess it's called ductile iron piping, is not going to come back and surprise us in 5 or 10 years that, oh, that's that same stuff and the same problem we had 5 years ago. That's what I'm most concerned about.
Through the chair, we do monitor our systems. So Steph's team's out in the field, and we do try to get our eyes on, all of our assets and do our condition assessments, regularly. And that's where we would determine those. So I don't think there's any red flags for us now where we have concerns with soil contamination causing accelerated corrosion. But, there are active investigations in the field. If we find it, we'll try and address it. But knock on wood, I don't think we have any more coming our way.
Okay, thank you, Andrew.
Councillor Van Andriesch.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. My question is to Mariana, and with all due respect, you know a lot more about water than I do. But at the end of the day, telling me that groundwater or well water is not as safe as water that's drawn from the lake and treated concerns me, for the fact that we have a lot of urban or rural residents that use well water, and I've used it ever since I was a child, and I haven't changed. And anyway, and when we look at cities such as Guelph or Cambridge or Kitchener, they don't have access to the lakes. They have well water. They draw wells. Is that correct? And it was just because I was sitting on the committee when I heard that one of these, and I can't remember the city, they replaced their wells or they moved their well head over. But they use a lot of well water. And the only catastrophe I know about well water or groundwater was man-made. It was an error on treatment plant. So I just want you to reiterate, though, that I can understand maybe with the Simcoe water you have a concern. I have a concern with lake water if I swallow that. But at the end of the day, I want to assure our urban residents who use well water, and they use all their due diligence to make sure that it's pure. I don't see saying, I just didn't like the approach that it's only from one source that you can get water safely.
Through you, Madam Mayor. Thank you for the question. It's actually a really good question that the industry is dealing with and is looking at it, and every single municipality has that balance to make. Now, I'm not familiar with Guelph and Kitchener's water supply systems, but I'm familiar with your region systems because I lived there for 11 years, and I had a mixed water, groundwater, and surface water that York buys from either Toronto or Peel or Lake Simcoe locally in York region, and that was not a concern. But we have to keep in mind that lake water changes its quality at a slower pace and smaller variations in terms of quality and very little in terms of flow, as opposed to the well water, the groundwater wells that can change their capacity and their quality depending on what's happening in every municipality and what's percolating in that system, what is the industry, what's happening around each well. We have protection zones for each wells, and we have, sorry about that. my concern with Norfolk County wells, because I did my research 2 years ago when I took on the interurban water supply, I wanted to make sure that the recommendations were solid and they made sense. And I double-checked last year as well with the Long Point Conservation and Region Authority. Their watershed cards indicate ammonia high levels at wells in Waterford, mainly, and Delhi, and they are monitoring those as well. They flagged that in 2022, I believe, that the ammonia levels are going higher, and that's a fair assessment because Norfolk County, along with Oxford and Haldimand, are mainly rural type of character overall, and we have to recognize that that risk will continue to be there. It will never go away. On the contrary, with the fertilizers and with the change in farming, I think that risk will remain, and there is an increased chance of polluting our wells. Besides the fact that the groundwater wells are all drilled within the same aquifer. So where are we going to move from here? In order for us to find more groundwater that is better in terms of both quality and quantity, that will mean extensive investigation and extensive drilling and extensive surveys and monitoring in order to determine that solution. From what I've seen historically in Simcoe, we had contamination, whether that was industry-driven or farming-driven, I cannot say, but that risk related to ammonia and phosphorus levels being high in the wells in the future, and risk of capacity decreasing drastically can happen depending on what's happening in the aquifer. And not to say climate change, storms and droughts periods have an immediate impact on the groundwater well as opposed to the lake, which has more volume and more resiliency on short and long term. Does that answer your question?
To be honest, and with all due respect, I would challenge all of it.
Sure,
but that's just
sure.
myself, because I do know the urban water and the rural water, and I can, I don't see sick people out there. So, but no, you're doing your science and you're doing your job, and I can appreciate it. But I do want to assure our rural residents that they're just fine with their well water at the moment.
I will challenge you, Madam Councillor, and I will ask you how many of the residents have their own osmosis, reverse osmosis units and UV disinfection units under the sink. So, and also, like, I really don't want to make it and be the Debbie Downer here and scare everybody, but if you do a simple Google search on risks related to groundwater, and I have a friend who just had a baby, and she was really concerned, how am I going to deal with this? Like, is water safe and whatnot? I read this on the internet that the groundwater well is bad for kids, and they can get sick, and is not recommended. So I couldn't really debate what Google said, because I know for sure that you can get the blue disease in babies if ammonia levels are high, if nitrates are high, which is the main risk here. And the data on the watershed cards and all the reports and the analysis is available through the Long Point Conservation Authority. I think they are behind on the updated data available, and I really don't know the extent of that research and how often it's being updated, but that data is available for public review.
I think regardless of the science, that's not our particular area of expertise. The quantity, if you're going to debate quality, fine, I'm not going to, but if it's the quality that we can't debate. What happens if something happens to the source? What happens if there's contamination? What happens if there's a fluctuation in the amount of water? So, I guess if you want to debate the quality of the water, I'll leave that to you. But for me, it's the quantity. What's the backup plan and the resiliency and redundancy in our water treatment? Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and it just reminds me, and I agree, we can't really debate about the quality of well water or lake water and all that stuff, but maybe just a little reminder to rural water residents that maybe they should get their water checked while the province is still allowing it to be done for free.
Great point. Okay, we have had a lot of discussion, a lot of questions. My only final question I had on my list was about growth and the projections. So I don't know that it's a specific question for staff, but you noted how many new users, billable users came on. Have you done any projections on our growth that we've committed to, the rate at which it's happening, and if we're above or below that from an affordability perspective on our projections for those increases we'll see? Might not be a question and answer for today, but I would be interested in having you take a look at that. What is the growth number from an affordability perspective on water that we should be made aware of? While that's not going to factor in when we make development decisions, it is something we should know.
Through the chair, we have not looked specifically at that. I did take a quick glance back to the 2020 rate study and the growth projections within that rate study, and we're slightly ahead of where they anticipated we'd be by about 100 users between the 2020 growth study and to the beginning of 2024. So we are on target within that study, but to get to affordability, we'd have to do further calculations for you.
Okay, thank you very much. With that, we have the actual budget ahead of us now. It's probably, I don't know if there's lunch. There is lunch back there. We also have a special council meeting that's set for 1 o'clock. So would you like to take a lunch break before digging into the budget pages? Would you like to try and get some of it done? Lunch break. 30 minutes, return at 1. Councillor Van Passen, go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I did talk about this before the meeting. As for the clerk's advice, maybe we should recess this meeting. We have to formally open the council meeting at 1 by 1:15, then recess that one, and then come back to this one just to keep the procedure proper. So,
Yes, I did ask him that. He said as long as we didn't start before 1, we were okay.
yeah, but we also have to start it by 1:15, otherwise it's done. Right?
I asked the clerk that, so I'll let him comment. I won't dig into that. Okay. Well, either way, let's be back here at 1 o'clock so we can open up that meeting. We'll take a 30-minute lunch break right now.
The provincial policy statement, which is a planning policy document that affects all municipalities across Ontario. This provincial policy statement is currently under review and may change in the future. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those, like, what types of planning applications are there? There are 4 main types of planning applications for different needs. First, there are minor variances and different types of severances. These are reviewed by Norfolk County's Committee of Adjustment. An example of a minor variance is when a garage is being built closer to a property line or is taller than what is permitted in the zoning bylaw. An example of a consent to sever is creating a new lot to allow for a new house. Second, are zoning bylaw and official plan amendments that are considered at council. An example is changing the permission in an urban area to allow for a triplex where a single detached dwelling is permitted. Third, are applications that Ontario's Planning Act gives Norfolk County's Planning Department authority to approve. For example, a draft plan of condominium or subdivision, which are types of applications which enable the division of land for future housing. And fourth, are applications which rely on approval from another regulator, such as telecommunications towers and hazard land boundary line adjustments. As a resident, when do I need to submit a planning application? For the average homeowner, a planning application may be required if your project does not meet the requirements of the zoning bylaw or official plan, or your property falls under site plan control. The building department will let you know that a planning application is required. If you want to change the boundaries of your lot, create an easement, or create a new lot from your property, you will need to apply for a consent to sever with the planning department. What is a pre-consultation meeting? A pre-consultation meeting is the first step of a planning application and allows staff to clarify the application process and provide a checklist of documents required. A complete application can reduce the time required for review and decision-making. Applications that must undergo a pre-consultation meeting before the application can be submitted include official plan amendments, zoning bylaw amendments, draft plans of subdivision, draft plans of condominium, and site plan applications. A meeting may also be required for certain Committee of Adjustment applications. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842. You can also email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those. A common question is, what is zoning? Zoning is a way of categorizing how land can be used. Norfolk County has identified through its zoning bylaw different land use zones, for example, commercial, agricultural, or residential, what they can be used for, and any required standards, for example, building size and location. Zoning must be maintained by any development or activity that has started from the date the zoning bylaw has been passed by the county. What is the process of changing a zoning bylaw? A common reason that residents are referred to the planning department is because their proposal does not meet the current zoning bylaw provisions. If a landowner wants to change the land use from what is permitted in the existing zoning, a change in the zoning bylaw would be required. For example, changing the permission from only a single detached dwelling to expand the permission to build a triplex. This is called a zoning bylaw amendment and it requires council's approval. A planning application known as a minor variance can be submitted for a minor change in the zoning bylaw, such as the height or size of a structure. Minor variances are reviewed by the Committee of Adjustment that is made up of citizen members who are appointed by council. The committee is governed by the Planning Act and holds public meetings to approve applications for minor variances and consents. A minor variance must meet the 4 tests to be approved. 1, the change is minor. 2, the development is desirable for the appropriate use of the land, building, or structure. 3, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the official plan. And 4, the change maintains the general intent and purpose of the zoning bylaw. What happens after a decision is made by the Committee of Adjustment? If the committee approves an application, the applicant and anyone else involved is notified. Certain parties can appeal a decision to the Ontario Land Tribunal within a 20-day appeal period. If no appeals are filed, the county issues notice that the decision is final. For minor variances, an applicant can now proceed with the building permit process. For severances, specific conditions must be met within 2 years, or the application will expire and the process will need to restart from the beginning. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a severance? Severance is a planning process to separate a piece of land from an existing lot, generally for the purpose of a new development within a new lot. There are 3 different common types of severances we receive in Norfolk County. The first one is when a piece of land is separated to create a new parcel of vacant land. For example, a landowner may have a large lot and wish to separate a piece of land from the original lot with the intention to sell the lot to a new owner. In that case, both lots need to comply with existing zoning requirements such as setbacks of any existing or new buildings from the property lines. The second one is a surplus farm dwelling severance. It happens when a landowner purchases additional farmlands and a residence on one of the properties is no longer required for their farming operation. In this case, the owner can sever the piece of land that contains the redundant residential dwelling. And the third kind of severance can be a boundary adjustment between 2 adjacent properties, where one property owner agrees to transfer a piece of their land to the other owner. There are various reasons we received a boundary adjustment severance, such as to allow additional lands, to accommodate a building construction, or to construct an extended septic system, or to resolve the setback deficiency of an existing lot. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We've got a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is a subdivision? If a landowner would like to divide their property into 3 pieces of land, they can submit a severance application that we explained earlier. Whereas a subdivision application is required when a landowner has a piece of land large enough to divide into more than 3 or 4 individual lots to build new houses or other kind of developments. The subdivision process generally requires a more in-depth review with a longer processing time to ensure that the development meets county's development standards. What is a condominium? A condominium, often known as a condo, is an ownership model where the building or group of buildings is divided into multiple units that are surrounded by common areas for circulation, servicing, or amenities such as parks and open spaces. The common areas are jointly owned and managed by the owners of the units. Residential condominiums are frequently constructed as apartment buildings and townhouses with private roads. Many shopping malls are also commercial condominiums in which the individual retail and office spaces are owned by businesses that occupy them, while the common areas of the mall are collectively owned by these business entities. A condominium corporation is often made up of condo unit owners who manage and operate the condominium complex. What is the difference between a subdivision and a condominium? One of the main differences between a subdivision and a condominium development is who is responsible for providing services such as water, wastewater, and road maintenance after the construction and occupancy of the dwellings or units. In a subdivision, the county takes responsibility for providing these services to individual lots. On the other hand, in a condominium, the county is only responsible to providing services up to the entry point of the development. The condominium is responsible for distributing services and the maintenance to the individual units. How are subdivisions and condominiums approved? To get approval for a subdivision or condominium, the landowner must apply for approval of a draft of the plan that shows how many lots are proposed, the lot size, how the lots will be accessed, including any new roads, and how the lots will be serviced for water and wastewater or other utilities. The planning team will provide guidelines to the landowner on the standards they need to comply with. Examples include road design, tree plantation, fencing requirements, and maintaining a buffer from any existing industrial or commercial sites, etc. Generally, the subdivision applications go to council for a decision, whereas most of the condominium applications are currently approved by the county staff under delegated authority. How are residents informed about a new subdivision? When a draft plan of a subdivision is approved, the neighbors receive an approval notice of the application. The neighbors have 20 days to appeal against the approval or refusal of the draft plan. Once the appeal period has expired, there is still a lot of work that needs to be done by the developer before beginning the construction. An approved draft plan of subdivision does not constitute a legal lot. It is merely a draft plan. Norfolk County must ensure that all lots are appropriately designed and serviceable through a subdivision agreement, and only then can the lots be registered and the owner can apply for a building permit. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching. Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions here, and this video series will answer some of those. What is site plan control? Site plan control is a tool that planners use to evaluate a proposed development to ensure the site features and elements such as walkways, parking areas, and landscapings, and many other technical features meet specific standards. For example, standards may include engineering design, sustainability, and universal accessibility for barrier-free access to the building or within the property. What do I do if I have submitted a permit and I have learned my property is under site plan control? If a property is under a site plan control, the first step is to speak with a planner. A planner will need to learn about what is changing about the lands, which may or may not require a site plan application. What is a site plan waiver? Sometimes the nature of a development is so minor that a site plan application is determined to be unnecessary. In this instance, a site plan control will be waived. If you have learned from a planner that it is appropriate to waive a site plan control, you can submit an application form with any required documents to the planning department to receive a site plan waiver. Do all lands require site plan control? Not all lands require site plan control. For example, single detached dwellings, semi-detached dwellings, and townhouses that are serviced and accessed from a public road. Agricultural activities or farm buildings also do not require a site plan control. Most new commercial, institutional, and industrial developments require a site plan control. A site plan agreement with the landowner may be required to ensure that appropriate standards are maintained during the construction period. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hey Norfolk County, whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30, Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Hey Norfolk County, did you know that Ride Norfolk is now on demand? This means you can schedule Norfolk's public transit service to pick you up for appointments, shopping, school, or work. Ride Norfolk has partnered with Blaze Transit to offer on-demand pickups at all 95 stops across Norfolk, including this one. I booked my trip earlier today and my bus is here right on time. Since there are no fixed local schedules, you can easily book Ride Norfolk over the phone, online, or on the Blaze Transit app from your smartphone. Thanks, Charlie.
You're welcome.
Ride Norfolk's customer service team can help answer any questions you may have, get you started with the app, or book your next ride. By moving to on-demand, Ride Norfolk is helping more residents get where they need to go. To learn more, visit norfolkcounty.ca/transit.
Hi, I'm Dave. I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's water treatment facility. Here in Port Rowan, the water treatment process starts by pumping water from Lake Erie up into the water treatment facility. Back in the treatment facility, I inspect large clarification tanks where the lake water enters the plant. Here we add coagulant, a chemical that attracts dirt particles together. These form into larger particles called flock, which eventually sinks and is sent to waste. Next, the water enters the filtration system where any remaining dirt particles are trapped by the filters. The water is then chlorinated and sent into a 113 cubic meter underground storage chamber. The water is then taken to the granular activated carbon filters that work like supersized 10,000-pound Brita filters to remove taste and odor. The final step is disinfection, which includes UV and a final dose of chlorine, ensuring safe, potable drinking water. Water testing is an important part of the job. Throughout the day, we take water samples at different stages of the process, up to 9 tests depending on the treatment facility. As a Norfolk resident myself, I am proud to serve the community I live in. Thanks for joining me in this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hi, I'm Marissa, and I'm here to take you behind the scenes for a quick look at what we do at Norfolk County's waste and recycling operations. Here at the transfer station in Simcoe, residents can bring a variety of waste materials for disposal. Norfolk operates 2 transfer stations, welcoming about 27,000 customers every year, and accepts material ranging from bulky items, wood, metal, and yard waste. Norfolk also provides curbside waste programs. Recycling from your home arrives at this facility where it is manually sorted by the type of material. You can see why it's important to separate materials into the correct bin, rinse recyclables, and remove items from bags. This facility processes 4,600 metric tons per year. That's equal to about 20 tons per day. Once items are sorted by material type, they are baled and ready to be shipped across North America to be made into new material. About 8 to 10% of the material that arrives here shouldn't have been put in the recycling bin. Residents can use our Recycle Coach app to confirm if an item can be recycled. After seeing how waste is handled, I hope this video helps show why rinsing and sorting your recyclables are important steps in the recycling process. As a Norfolk County employee, I am proud to serve the community I was raised in. Thanks for joining me on this behind-the-scenes tour.
Hey Norfolk County, whether you're a longtime resident, new to the area, or simply visiting, do you know about the many services provided by Norfolk County? As a single-tier municipality, we provide services that our community uses every day, including water and fire protection, curbside garbage and recycling, road and sidewalk maintenance, and so much more. We also provide services needed at unique times in life, such as a marriage or business license, or a dog tag for your new companion. And the unique geographic features in Norfolk County, from farmland and forests to lakes and wetlands, means we also provide specialized services ranging from drainage applications to tree inspections. Wondering how to contact Norfolk County? Start with Service Norfolk. Our friendly team of agents is here to help. Reach us by phone at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk from 8:30 to 4:30 Monday to Friday. Calling about an issue after hours? No problem. We have you covered. Prefer online? Email askus@norfolkcounty.ca anytime, or use our customer service portal at service.norfolkcounty.ca and get a reply right to your email inbox. Want to visit us in person? Come to one of our friendly customer service counters in Simcoe, Monday to Friday, or Delhi, Tuesday to Thursday. Service Norfolk, connecting you to Norfolk County services.
Hey Norfolk County, my name is Anna and I'm here to share some water safety tips to keep you and your family safe around the water. Knowing how to swim is a life skill and an essential part of staying safe and having fun. Swimming lessons are the best way to learn essential swim survival skills to recover from a fall into deep water. Think you're too old for lessons? There are programs designed for teens and adults as well. With so many lakes and rivers, Canadians of all ages are avid boaters. Always wear a life jacket, it could save your life. Never swim alone, regardless of age and skill level. Always swim with a buddy. A buddy can throw you a buoyant aid if you get into trouble. When possible, wade into unknown waters to prevent injury. Backyard pools are a great place to make family memories. But remember, if you are not within arm's reach of your child in and around the water, then you've gone too far. Drowning can occur in as little as 10 seconds and it is silent. Every drowning death is preventable. Take time to educate yourself and those around you to ensure you're staying safe and having fun around the water. For more information, visit norfolkcounty.ca/watersafety.
Soon after, members of council and I took our seats right here in council chambers last November, we began to plan the direction we'd like to see Norfolk County take over the next 4 years and beyond. A direction that builds on our strengths and sets a strong foundation in place for future generations. We looked outward to the people of Norfolk for input. We listened to you, the valued members of our community, from our sandy lake shores, our vibrant downtowns, our picturesque countryside, and our bountiful farmland. We engaged leaders from local businesses and community agencies. We gathered ideas from our team across the county. Based on what we've heard, we created Our Future Norfolk, a set of priorities that focuses on 5 key areas: empowering Norfolk, building Norfolk, connecting Norfolk, serving Norfolk, and sustaining Norfolk. These priorities, along with the initiatives and activities that drive them, will guide council and staff as we work together to serve you and all of the members of our community over the next 4 years. On behalf of Norfolk County Council and staff, we invite you to check out our website at norfolkcounty.ca/Our Future Norfolk and return frequently to learn more about our path to a vibrant and strong future for all of us, now and in the years to come.
Hi, I am Mohammed from Norfolk County Planning Department. We get a lot of questions at the planning department, and this video series will answer some of those. The first big question is, what is the official plan? Norfolk County's official plan describes council's policy on how lands in our community should be used, managed, and developed. It is prepared with community input and helps to ensure the future planning and development will meet the specific needs of our community. An official plan includes issues such as where new housing, industry, offices, and shops will be located, and what services like roads, water mains, sewers, parks, and schools will be needed. It also defines when and in what order our community will grow and outlines community improvement initiatives. The official plan is approved by the Ministry of Municipal Affairs and Housing in Ontario. The current official plan was adopted in 2016 with a goal to manage the growth of this county for the next 20 years. Residents can see Norfolk County official plan on our website at norfolkcounty.ca/official plan. What is a secondary plan? A secondary plan is a more detailed policy document embedded within the official plan to address the growth and development issues unique to a specific area of the county. For example, the lakeshore area in Norfolk County or a particular urban area with defined characteristics can be a secondary plan. As I mentioned, it is a more detailed policy document. It provides directions on where future development will occur with a guideline on density, road access, infrastructure services, different building types, building heights, or even design guidelines that are compatible to that specific area. In Norfolk County, there is only one secondary plan at this moment, which is the Lakeshore Special Policy Area Secondary Plan. The Port Dover Secondary Plan would be the second plan the county is working on at this moment. What does the land use designation of a property mean? Norfolk County's official plan also identifies how individual land or a group of lands will be used, and this is done by the land use designation. In Norfolk County, a lot of lands have been designated as agricultural. Some areas have been designated as hazard lands because of their specific natural features. An example would be the natural creeks, streams, rivers, or shoreline areas. Some lands have been designated as residential, commercial, or industrial to efficiently manage the growth of specific land use. Each land designation has rules about the kind of development allowed. The official plan uses growth management data to identify where and how much growth will occur in the next 20 years. In accordance with the provincial requirement, Norfolk County reviews and updates these growth areas every 5 years. What is the process of changing an official plan designation? A landowner can request to change the designation of the land through an official plan amendment application. This change requires a public hearing meeting and council's decision. A landowner needs to consult with a planner to get more information about this process and to identify the required documents they must submit. Any official plan amendment needs to conform to the provincial policy statement, which is a planning policy document that affects all municipalities across Ontario. This provincial policy statement is currently under review and may change in the future. To learn more about planning in Norfolk County, visit our website at norfolkcounty.ca/planning or contact the planning team at 519-426-5870 or 226 Norfolk, extension 1842, or email planning@norfolkcounty.ca. Thanks for watching.
Hi, I'm Hannah from the Norfolk County Planning Department. We receive many questions at the Planning Department, and this video series will answer some of those, like, what types of planning applications are there? There are 4 main types of planning applications for different needs. First, there are minor variances and different types of severances. These are reviewed by Norfolk County's Committee of Adjustment. An example of a minor variance is when a garage is being built closer to a property line or is taller than what is permitted in the zoning bylaw. An example of a consent to sever is creating a new lot to allow for a new house. Second, are zoning bylaw and official plan amendments that are considered at council. An example is changing the permission in an urban area to allow for a triplex where a single detached dwelling is permitted. Third, are applications that Ontario's Planning Act gives Norfolk County's Planning Department authority to approve. For example, a draft plan of condominium or subdivision, which are types of applications which enable the division of land for future housing. And fourth, are applications which rely on approval from another regulator, such as telecommunications towers and hazard land boundary line adjustments.
As a resident, when do I need to submit a planning application? For the average homeowner, a planning application may be required if your project does not meet the requirements of the zoning bylaw or official plan, or your property falls under site plan control. The building department will let you know that a planning application is required. If you want to change the boundaries of your lot, create an
Okay, just for clarity, because of Councillor Van Passen's comments, procedural bylaw commencement of the meeting. As soon as the hour fixed for a meeting as a quorum is present, the meeting shall be called to order by the mayor, chair, or presiding officer. If there is no quorum present within the 15 minutes after the time appointed for the meeting, council shall stand adjourned until the date and time of the next regular or special council meeting, and the clerk shall record the names of the members present. So long story short, I think we always operated under that, but maybe it was updated when Teresa did the procedural bylaw, but regardless, you're very good with the bylaw, but we have more than 15 minutes. But that being said, it's 1 o'clock. We will open it, recess the special council meeting, and return to budget, just so that we're all on the same page. So with that, we've got the agenda up on the screen because I understand there's some troubles in eScribe. So that's up on the screen. So again, welcome all members and guests. It is the special council meeting, October 31st, 2024. And I will call the meeting to order. It's 1:01 p.m. Note that all members of council are present today. Good point. We are still connected to the budget teams meeting. We might.
On YouTube? It is, I'm being told it is.
Okay, we'll just take a moment and make sure we switch our teams over. Okay, so what we're going to do is we have the same one YouTube link, so it will go up online and be titled Budget / Special Council. We're just going to give Lakin a few moments to go over to the Special Council meeting Teams link, notify staff that we're staying on this present link. So we are still recording, so even though it's just staff jumping over there, I'll continue here because we are going to recess it. So roll call, all members of council are present, and we have ceremonial activities. Our Indigenous acknowledgement because it is special council. The municipality of Norfolk County is committed to furthering truth and reconciliation in our communities. We recognize the historical and current contributions of Indigenous peoples throughout Canada and particularly in Norfolk County that have added to the rich cultural and social fabric that exists here today. We will strive to continually strengthen and develop the spirit of respect, cooperation, and collaboration to the mutual benefit of all Norfolk County residents. There should be none changes to the agenda. Excellent. Mover and a seconder to a, oh, sure, sorry, Heidi.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to council, I believe that we need to remove the staff report from the agenda as that's going to be dealt with during the budget committee meeting.
That is item CAO 24106, 2025 non-union economic increase. That will be discussed in budget. It's a bit redundant. Okay, so that being said, we are making a change to the agenda. A mover and a seconder for 2/3 majority to allow to do so. Councillor Duthie, Councillor Huffman, all in favor? That's carried. And then is there a mover and a seconder to Councillor Duthie, Councillor Brunton to remove the item. All in favor? That is carried. Thank you. And we will now recess our special council. It's 1:04. We're going to bounce back over to budget. Do we think we have all of our staff on the budget link now? Okay, great. Alrighty, so is there anything I can pop back over to staff for you to speak to, or would you like us to just start? You're good? Okay. Make sure I'm not missing anything here. All right, we've had our detailed information and presentation from staff, as long as, including questions. I would suggest if there are going to be multiple motions or direction provided, although I think that probably won't occur, we should consider waiving the rules of order to provide consensus motions on those items. So we can deal with that when the time comes, but let's begin with section 1, which is the preamble, I think. Okay, that was regarding the report, which I feel as though we've dug into. So let's go immediately to section 2, which is the capital plan and forecast. And if possible, we'll go page by page here to stay on track and get it done. Page 40. I shouldn't say that about, excuse me, about section 1, because it does have some other information, so that is open for discussion as well, if you wish. It begins on page 31. Yep, all the way through to page 40. That's up for questions and discussion. Okay, I'm not seeing anything, and everybody looks like they're on the right page, so page 41, summary by funding sources. Go ahead, Councillor Vanadrishi.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Just a comment. The unsecured grants, I mean, we're going to try, we're making efforts, and that's about all we can say about that. Otherwise, we know where we're going. Thank you.
Yep, agreed. We've got some good updated, excuse me, good updated financials and information to take off to additional conferences, but no update. Okay, 42 and 43. We can start with page 42 under the incremental capital. Councillor Duthie.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Through you, I realize $140,000 on this budget is quite insignificant, but what is the access control systems? Is that just security access to the buildings?
Through the mayor to Councillor Duthie. Yes, that's correct. So currently we just have keys to access all of our water and wastewater treatment facilities. So in keeping consistent with all the other county facilities, is going to have a card access to it. So if a staff were to retire or leave, we can simply deactivate it, and just in case you don't get a key back or anything like that, it's a lot more secure for us. And it tracks who's in and out of the plants as well.
Councillor Brunton. Sure, yep, page 43. Just give us the item number. Your microphone's not on.
Sorry, Mayor Martin. Right down it says Lagoon Sludge Cleanout Waterford. I thought this new system we put in for the wastewater eliminated that, or is this getting near the end. Like this new technology over there, wasn't it? Does it change things, or you still got to have a lagoon?
Through the mayor. So there is still going to be a lagoon. So the first two cells have aeration in them at this point, but then there is the third cell that's a facultative lagoon. So all of the wastewater goes through that and then to the new treatment side of things. So that does need to be cleaned out. Aqua did do a sediment test on it,
Right.
and just part of it is starting to become overburdened with the sludge and is decreasing the capacity of it.
So we will always have
You
that,
always
even
have-
with the new system over there.
Correct, we will, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Forty-four and 45. Councillor Duthie.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Through you, the roof and envelope repairs, is that following a building condition audit, or is it related to work that's being done? Bottom of page 45, other replacements.
So through the mayor, those were due to facility condition assessments that Aqua had done when they first took over the contract. So they've been included in the capital budget, and they are not included in the capital upgrades that are being done at the plants.
So Aqua does building condition assessments through their operations of the facilities? Not, do we independently check that, or?
So through the mayor to you, we had them do it as part of the contract because we weren't 100% sure of the condition from taking from Veolia with transitioning to Aqua. So just to verify what needed to be done in the future for our capital. And then we do have Michael's group with facilities that also does the building condition assessments for us as well.
Thanks. Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a sort of informational thing on page 45. Appears a couple of times, but it's 583-2619. It refers to a 2026 historian server replacement. I'm just not clear about what a historian server is. Is that just a data collector that records all of the previous information from a particular site?
Yep, so through the mayor to Councillor Michelli, that is for our SCADA systems actually. So what it is, it's a giant server that's in each one of our water treatment plants and the wastewater treatment facilities. And it backs up all of the data that we're getting in minute by minute from our PLCs in the plants. So that provides redundancy in case for some reason something happens at one plant, another plant is actually able to record everything that's happening.
Okay, thank you, Stephanie.
Councillor Van Passen.
Thanks, Member. I want to go back to the wastewater treatment plant roof repairs. Is there none of the work that we're going to do on the upgrades going to affect that roof, or would it make sense to fix the roof after you do all the construction inside?
Through the mayor. No, none of it was included in it. Simcoe's is mainly the digester work that's happening there. Port Dover is additional capacity and upgrades are happening. If you would like, we could consider deferring. I would leave that up to council to do it after the upgrades.
Yeah, like you never know when they might need to cut a new hole in to put a different pipe, or they want to take a piece of the roof off to put a piece of equipment in with a crane. Might be better to look at the big picture and get it done afterwards. Might make more sense to me, but.
Okay, no objection from staff. So would you like to go by consensus here or make a formal motion?
Well, I don't think it makes much difference whether the money will stay in the budget, whether it gets shifted from one year to the other, and leave it up to staff to get the best deal on how that would work. And if they can do it next year and not affect anything, that's fine. But if they have to hold off for a year till after they're done some other things, the money's still in the budget. And it is a 10-year budget, so what difference does it really make? So.
Okay. All righty. moving on, 46, 47, and 48. And that'll bring us to the end of section 2. Councillor Columbus.
If page 48 has a number of well rehabilitations, and what all is included in a well rehabilitation for somewhere in the order of $60,000?
Through the mayor to Councillor Columbus. So well rehabilitation is taking the well out of service and isolating it. We then have a contractor that we have come in and they pull the pump, they pull the well casing itself, they'll take it back, do an assessment on it, rehab anything that needs to be done, and then they also put it back in place and test it to ensure it's got its full capacity back.
Thank you. And I see on that same page, we're decommissioning the Delhi water system at Lehman's Dam, I believe, for $590,000. Is that correct? Why would we just not put it up for sale as is, where is, and eliminate that cost and let someone else look after disposing of it?
Yep, through the mayor. There is some works that have to be done. It is still connected to the actual Lehman's Dam itself, so we would have to properly isolate that and cap and get rid of the raw water line that is going to the treatment facility. And then just with all of the various treatment equipment that's inside, still removing those before anything can be done with the building.
We would likely be selling that property then, I take it?
Yes.
How big is it?
That I'm not sure of, but I could get back to you on.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, is everyone comfortable with section 2? All right, let's move into section 3. Operating budget. Page 50 is the combined summary of water and wastewater operating. 51 is the administrative budget. Page 52 through to 54, executive summary and details on water operations specifically. '55 through to 57, executive summary and operating budget for wastewater ops. Yep, Councillor Breton.
You're too fast for me. I'm on page 52, if I may. I'm looking at the, and there's different figures floating around on this. This is the water summary on page 52, and it's really for up until the end of August, but I assume we will be up, or I think it comes down, does it not? And if I could ask Mr. Grice that question. I think it's dropping again on page 52, or somebody over there. Says 36 and 22 and 23, 3.6 million roughly. And I assume based on different parts of the report that it's coming down again to 3 million and change. Am I correct on that? Usage?
Through the chair, I think so. Sorry, I was answering some other questions in the background that were coming in as well. Sorry, can you just summarize your question for me?
Page 52, the volume of water treated and distributed. Okay, so I call water in. 3.6 for 2 years, but I think I read earlier in the report that it's going to be down a little over 3. And that's why I asked that question earlier, like there's a big spread between our water in, water out, water versus wastewater. So 2.4 million till the end of August, and I think if I'm correct, it says 3 point something later on.
Mm-hmm.
But then I read 5 point something for wastewater. Is it here a little later? I imagine it is.
Yeah, it'll be a couple pages later, yes.
Okay.
Finance, do you want to comment on the first part?
Through the chair, Councillor Breton, I would just note that these are actual treated water, and the just around 3 million is what we bill to users. So there is a differentiation between what we treat and what we bill to users, because we do use some in-house and we lose some before it gets to the user. So there will always be a discrepancy between the number that we treat and the number we actually bill out in consumption.
Okay, well, let me expand here a minute. Let's say it's, and I asked this earlier, Andrew, we use about 3 point something, but if you go on to page 55, I assume the wastewater treated will be up over 5 again, and that includes holding tanks, septic tanks, et cetera, correct, in that volume? So, and you said, what's a practical number? I think Councillor Van Passen asked that question.
I would love to see us ideally in the 10 to 15% range of our wastewater coming back to the plant, recognizing we will have some I&I.
Okay, and
10 to 50% more.
10 to 15% more than the water use.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's quite a big difference.
Okay, final call, all the way through to page 57. All right, section 4, user fees. Councillor Van Passen?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I just have to make the comment that I'm going to save a half an hour of my whining on the extra fees for sewage and holding tanks and bulk water. They are being raised by the rate of inflation factor, and there is the promise of a new study next year to recalculate them or reassess them. So I'm going to save a whole bunch of council's time and just sit here quietly and listen to the other comments. So.
Noted. We'll catch you next year. Yeah, budget's complete now. Okay, anything in section, Councillor Breton, go ahead.
The leachate versus, holding tank versus septic tank, and I don't know how you regulate that when it goes to the plant. I mean, what's the driver just tell you what he's got in the tank, or how do you really regulate it? You can't, can you?
Through the chair, that is one of the big challenges. There is a little bit of trust in that. So you will see that what we receive at our plant mostly comes in at a lower rate, but we do not have the tools or the resources to enforce that. It's something we could consider getting better visibility on and building a program, but that's certainly going to cost money and take time as well.
So there's no other way of doing it, I guess. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Van Andrieschie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And can I ask a stupid question? Because I understand what septic waste is, but leachate, what is the difference?
So through the chair, what you'll see is a higher solids content coming in. So when people drop it off at the plant, something may be higher liquid content, easier for us to treat. When you're bringing in, pure septage waste, it's very heavy in solid content. It can plug up our equipment, and that's why there's a different rate for those types of discharges to our plant.
But they all go into the same system?
Through the chair, yes, they all get treated through our same system. It's a different process and harder on our equipment to treat certain aspects of it, and that's why we charge a different rate for the material.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, let's flip back to summary of rate reserves and reserve funds for any questions. Councillor Michelli.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Forgive me, I just want to go back a little bit to our previous section. It's just, I find it kind of very interesting and useful to be able to look at the, on page 64, the comparison of the average monthly billing for the various selected municipalities in the table and chart there. I'm just, and I'm just going to kind of take as a random comparator, the town of Tilsonburg has a combined water and wastewater rate of $72.09, which is about half of what Norfolk County's is. Does staff have any information from these municipalities about what is the big significant driver? I mean, I realize that probably a lot of it has to do with the infrastructure there, but are there other factors that account for why? And again, that table I think is also informative that Norfolk County has the highest total rate of all of them. But is there something, I guess, that other municipalities either are doing or are not including that makes for such a wide variance in the totals?
Through the chair, my previous employment actually was at Oxford County, so I can speak a little more specifically to the municipalities that are in Oxford. They follow the same process that we do here. It's their capital plan, it's their consumption, the exact same things. They do not have as large of a capital plan and infrastructure replacement as Norfolk County does, which keeps their rates down. They do also have smaller systems, so their systems aren't feeding as many people at one time. So like Tilsonburg has its own system, Woodstock has their own system, and so they're smaller systems to feed those individual municipalities. They are not. Tilsonburg is a two-tier, but all the rates are set and run by the upper tier. They do all the rate studies, they do all their stuff, and they make their plan, but they're not doing anything differently than we're doing here. Their capital plan is just significantly less than ours.
Okay, thank you, Amy. Mayor, one more. And also, would it be true that they may have a larger percentage of residents who are water users?
Yes, so Tilsonburg,
I see Mariana nodding her head too.
Tilsonburg specifically, most of their residents are water users. They don't have a lot of rural area, and because they have those systems, what you won't notice on here is in Oxford, their more rural areas are not selected as competitors, and they rural areas do have higher rates than their urban areas within Oxford. So like if you look at, I think it's Southwest Oxford, those rates go up, and their smaller communities have higher rates because they have less users as well.
Thank you, Amy.
That one's an interesting and helpful to see. Actually, I think, was it last year, Amy, when you just had moved to Norfolk? Was it a year ago? Okay. Yeah, good perspective. Do we know who would be the most comparable to us by size and water users?
Through the mayor, I think from those perspectives, Chatham-Kent is likely the most comparable to us as far as size and users or distribution of users.
Okay, so combined dollar value of 92.34, and we're at 147.45. Thanks. All right, is there anything that anyone has missed? Councillor Duffy.
Thank you. Just actually bear with me just one sec. I wanted to just ask maybe a question or two related to the bulk water storage in Port Dover, the repair and repainting, which is like 3.6 million. Elevated storage tank repair replacement, page 46. What? I recall in the presentation earlier, we need to do something in Simcoe. I see that's in there for 2030 for 6.2 million, which is a complete tower replacement. So I guess I'm trying to understand, it's 3.6 million to repair and repaint and 6.2 to replace it. So what are we doing in the 3.6, and ultimately how necessary is it? It's a big chunk in this budget.
Through the mayor to Councillor Duthie. So the repair and maintenance on that tower would be draining it, doing the inspection on the inside, making any repairs that are needed, a full paint of it. You'll notice it does still say it's Haldeman Norfolk. That tower has not been inspected or taken down since it was put into service. So we're looking at probably over 20 years now that it has not had a proper inspection like our other water towers do get. So we do ROV inspections, so we know it's not in the worst shape, but we do know that we are going to have some probably significant repairs as well as the painting that needs to be done on it.
Just for clarity, we're not spending money on painting over Haldeman, are we? I'm only half kidding. We're bringing in water from Haldeman, are we? Are we taking it off for real?
We will be taking it off, so Norfolk County owned tower. Yes.
Just in time for a partnership, okay. Interesting. All right, I think that puts a bow on it. Does anyone, I see we have Miss Anderson here, are there any HR-related operating questions that we can, Councillor Brunton?
Again, I'm a little bit behind here. I'm on the wastewater miscellaneous user fees right at the very end on page 60, what is it? 66. I just want to ask a question about St. William's water distribution, new installations. Like I know how Booth's Harbor works, but is there like there's a pipe on the road that I call it in town they use? Is this the cost for a new installation there, even if there's no pipe on the street, or how does the system work there? It says it's $1,700 roughly for a new connection.
Page 66 for staff.
Yes.
Schedule B, proposed 2025 water, wastewater miscellaneous user fees.
So through the mayor to Councillor Brunton, that was an agreement when Norfolk County took over the St. Williams distribution system. So part of that is Norfolk County paid a portion, the St. Williams water distribution system at the time paid their portion, and then any new connections, that is the fee that was determined that by your amount of frontage, you would have to pay for any infill lots in St. Williams to connect to the water main there.
Oh, so they're not, doesn't mean they're connected though?
No, it does not mean they're connected right now.
Oh, I see. Okay, thank you.
Sorry, why we were missing your question, we were chatting about Councillor Duthie's previous question. So, because he was asking about the comparison between Port Dover and Simcoe. So what you see in there for Simcoe, that is not a replacement of the tower. You cannot replace a tower for $6 million. That is also going to be rehabilitation. It's a larger tower, so it's a different price, but it is not a full replacement of that tower.
Thanks for that. So, line item that ends in 007 that says replacement is not actually replacement.
It is a substantial rehabilitation as well.
Sorry, is the Port Dover tank one of our oldest, one of our newest? Sadly, I remember the old one that was in Port Dover many, many years ago because my brother decided to put his name on it. But so I remember when the new one went up. How old is it?
Through the mayor, I'm not exactly sure how old it is. It is not the oldest tank in Norfolk, I do know that. Is it the newest? I would say probably Port Rowan would be our newest tank in Norfolk County. Honestly, Councillor, I am not 100% sure, but it is one of the newer ones between that and Port Dover. They're the newer designs that have been installed in Norfolk County.
And sorry, you mentioned that we are doing inspections, but it hasn't been fully and properly inspected. Are we legislatively required to do those full inspections at certain periods of time?
It's a best practice recommendation, through the mayor, to have them fully inspected every 10 years is what they say. So we've been doing the camera ROV inspections to maintain and see what's going on with the tower. Because of the way the actual water treatment plant works, we haven't been able to take the tower offline and run with just the plant pressure.
Sorry, so then are those ROV inspections, are they sufficient to get us by longer?
Yep, through the mayor to Councillor Duthie. We probably could use it, but as I said, this tower has never actually been taken down and out of service to do that formal inspection, to see the real extent of sediment buildup, deterioration inside the tower, and look at what needs to actually be done for repainting and recoating as well.
All right, are we ready to move along? Okay, that's the end of rate budget then. I haven't heard any changes, so we do have a recommendation before us. That report CS 24-130 proposed 2025 rate budget and all attachments be received as information. Councillor Michelli?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I've been kind of looking for an appropriate place to put this question, but I think I'm getting close to running out of space and time to do it. So just something I think for the public, and I don't know if many of my colleagues have been getting these inquiries, but as we continue to increase these rates, which is what we're about to do, and we've had all this discussion about the future of these rates, and everything is going up. I have been, and I would anticipate will now get a few more inquiries from residents who are asking, is it possible to help mitigate these higher costs on the water users, to have some of this put on the rural residents, either on a percentage basis, or some people may ask, why can't we just split it up by the entire population? And I just want to confirm for the public that, and please correct me if I'm wrong, that this is a legislated requirement that only users can pay for water. Maybe staff can just confirm what I just said. Thank you.
Through the chair, we're just debating who's going to answer. Yes, it is a legislated requirement. Users must pay for the service. It cannot be put on the tax levy.
Thank you, Amy.
And that
Thank you,
service
Madam
is the
Mayor.
delivery of water.
Yes, for the delivery of water, delivery of wastewater, it is a user pay system.
But not capital-related works.
It is still all the capital-related works that relate to water and wastewater. That is all. Anything related to water and wastewater needs to be paid by the water and wastewater users.
Including debt?
Including the debt for the water and wastewater capital projects.
Okay, can I go back to reading the recommendation? That report CS 24-130 proposed 2025 rate budget and all attachments be received as information, and that rate budget with the 2025 net rate requirement of $32,792,600 and 2025 rate capital budget totaling $8,659,000 be approved. And that the 2026 to 2034 rate capital forecast be received as information in the amount of $413,150,000. And further, that the 2025 water and wastewater rates as presented on October 31st, 2024 be approved and applied to all consumption occurring on or after January 1st, 2025. Is there a mover and a seconder? Councillor Berry, seconded by Councillor Van Passen. Thank you very much, both of you. Any discussion? Councillor Brunton.
Mayor, if I may, speaking to the motion, and I'll be as brief as I can, I'm certainly not happy with it, even though I'm a rural customer. This is a big burden on the urban people of Norfolk. I look at this, I don't like debt, and I'll clarify that the wastewater projects, and I said this earlier, are a given. We have no choice but to proceed with them. I have my own opinion on the water, which I don't want to get into, but the major water users in the commercial area will see this as a big hit. And I sat in this room years ago, not that long ago, with a major water user, and they were quite upset with the rate they were having to pay. And I noticed in the report that we've lost 11 commercial users. And I don't know the background to it, but I think we want more people to come here to work. We need more employment. But with water rates at this rate, I'd be thinking twice about opening a business here.
Just to, sorry, didn't mean to cut you off. Go ahead.
And again, I'm not happy with the $3 million that the rural people have to pay. And I've argued with staff about it, and they have their opinion, I have my opinion. But I don't like it, and I provide my own system, my own water. I have an irrigation pond. If my house catches fire, I pay extra when I come here to use the arena, the swimming pool. And I do pay in the operating budget for all the other fire protection buildings, equipment, manpower. So having said that, I will not be supporting this budget, and I would like to see a backup plan provided at some point by staff. And I would ask for a recorded vote on the whole issue. Thank you.
Just for clarity, 11 users did not leave the county. It is a snapshot in time. There were 11 less bills in that month. They still are in the county. I think staff said that 4 times today. They're nodding their heads, yes. So we did not lose any. Just that particular month, there were 11 less bills. Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, perhaps to our CAO if he's available, or and it is a question, I apologize, I realize we're at the discussion stage, but or perhaps to our GM of Corporate Services. What process has this gone through to this point? Because I mean, it's very unpleasant. I think we said that last year, but this is really difficult to grasp. And I guess where I'm ultimately going, is there any opportunity that staff can take another look at this and really be very specific and very fine-tuned about what is in here? Because that is a lot, and that's before we've even got to the levy. That's before we've even fully scoped out the capital asset management plan. It's big. So yeah, how did we get to this stage so far process-wise, and then is there any opportunity for it to be scaled back by staff, sent back to staff to be scaled back?
So, Madam Mayor, certainly I'd be happy to start, and then if Mr. Meneses wants to add in, that would be wonderful. In terms of process, our finance staff have met with the operating staff in EIS. They do a line-by-line review of the operating budget, and they make amendments wherever they can based on historical actuals and what they know is needed for the 2025 year. And as you have seen, the result of that has been a reduction in the operations. So I am quite confident, and I would look to Mr. Grice to confirm his confidence in that as well. But I am quite confident that they have done a very thorough review of that budget to be able to come in with a recommended reduction on the operating side. So as staff have shared with council today, the pressures are really on the capital side. And we have a capital plan. We have reviewed that capital plan, again, between finance and the operating department, the EIS department. We have also reviewed the capital budget at the SLT table, line by line, project by project. Whenever we push projects out in the capital plan, we are inevitably taking risk, because we know based on what we have seen, that the longer we wait with projects, we are more likely that the costs are going to increase, not decrease. So certainly, I have a great deal of confidence in the process. I think there have been multiple reviews of this budget, and I think where cost savings could be found, they have been found, and they have been built into the budget.
I see Al has raised his hand. If you're with us, go ahead, Al.
Yep, thank you, through you, Madam Mayor. I would echo a lot of those comments. I think staff have done a great job in terms of forecasting where we are with our rate budget, capital requirements. We've been doing that for years now. It should be no surprise as to the increase. In fact, despite the fact that it's such a large number, it is a bit of a good news story that it's a little bit lower than what we thought it was going to be as a result of getting the grant. But there's no getting away from the fact that we've got aging infrastructure. We've got a massive amount of assets in our wastewater inventory that need to be replaced, and you'll see all those capital requirements. We know that whether growth comes or not, those costs are going to be here, and they need to be budgeted, which is what staff are doing now. We've done a great job in identifying those assets and those budget requirements. The only way we could perhaps reduce this budget is to be successful as we have in the grants that we've gotten to date, and continue to push upper levels of government to understand how difficult it is for a municipality of our size and our geographical size and disperse and limited amount of people that are actually on water to make this a economically viable system. And we have to continue to make that, deliver that message loud and clear. But in the absence of getting a large amount of money, or the province uploading the entirety of the system, or our ability to sell the system to some sort of utility company or something along those lines, what staff have put in front of you, and I hate to say this, is probably a best case scenario, because our assets continue to get older, the costs of replacing those assets continue to go higher, and there's a limited availability in terms of affordability for our rate users to continue to pay for this. And so that is the situation that we're in. And I'm just going to echo what Heidi said. We did take a look at it. Staff have gone through it line by line. And when you look at it year over year, in terms of the base budget, it is a good news story. The problem is, in terms of our capital replacement and requirements that are out there, it is a very expensive operation and service to deliver water and wastewater to residents in a geographical sized municipality that we have. And that's just the reality that we live in.
Okay, debate on the motion. It is moved and seconded and on the floor. Is there anyone else? Councillor Micheli.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. I don't want anybody to think that, members of council who may support this motion, and I will be supporting it, are doing this because they think this is a good idea or it's great news. Nobody likes this, and nobody wants to do this. As our CAA was just pointed out, this could have been worse. The longer we wait, the worse it will get. And, the reality of the aging infrastructure that Norfolk County has cannot be ignored or denied, and will only get worse. We have to, unfortunately, swallow this very difficult pill. I'm sorry, Madam Mayor, was I supposed to add with water? I didn't want to.
No, water pun, I got it. Is anyone else interested in jumping into debate? Okay, I will close out and echo a lot of the same comments. No one's happy about this, but it is our responsibility to make the tough decisions, and I think it's also our responsibility to share the facts with the public. This was anticipated to be a 14% increase. It's down to 8% because of our success with $16.5 million from the province. We have $169 million in capital projects ongoing right now, and of that, 14.4 is dedicated to interurban, leaving $154.6 million to our own assets. That is the price of neglect and not keeping up with the maintenance and requirements to date. What we don't know, and we put a lot of emphasis on the price of interurban being very expensive, if we were to strip that out of the budget, we would need to replace it with the maintenance of our existing facilities, the potential growth of our existing facilities, and then all of the unknowns with the underground infrastructure, which we have tasked staff with looking into today. And I would argue that it's most likely a wash. We know that we increased by 87 billable users since the last time we sat around this table, and we know that we need more to make this more affordable to the residents of Norfolk County. We know that staff also found operating costs and savings in this budget and brought that forward. And I think it's our responsibility to move forward as one voice, one songbook to upper levels of government, because we've heard it about 10 different times today from staff that this isn't affordable without their support. And I would encourage you all to demand more from upper levels of government, and in fact encourage our MPP to bring home dollars. The CAO and I recently had a conversation with her, and she was adamant to learn about our shovel-ready plans, and we repetitively told her, it is water, it is water, it is water, because that is the most impactful thing on Norfolk County's budget moving forward. You've heard that here from staff today. And if it's not interurban water, it's still the dollars that we need for the existing infrastructure and assets that we have. Lastly, until this council starts to put forward alternative motions to remove things from the budget or items or suggest alternative suggestions, I think it is our responsibility to get on board and vote as one team, because prioritizing, in my opinion, arguably the most important service that we have, which is water delivery, is critical. And in fact, I argue it might even be negligible and create liability towards individuals who don't support a plan moving forward, as we are the owners and operators of the drinking water that we own here in Norfolk County. So with that, I will call the question. Actually, I'll get it turned over to the clerk for a recorded vote, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor. So we have a recorded vote. I'm going to start with the councillor that requested it. So the resolution is on the screen. So Councillor Breton, sorry.
No. Microphone, please.
No. Councillor Hoffman.
Yes.
Councillor Michelli.
Yes.
Councillor Van Passen.
Yes.
Councillor Berry.
Yes.
Councillor Columbus.
Yes.
Councillor Duthie.
Yes.
Councillor Vandendriessche.
Yes, a reluctant one.
Mayor Martin.
Yes.
So I have 8 in favor, 1 opposed.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Job well done, council. It is what it is, and it's our responsibility to move forward and provide the services. So I commend all of you who just voted in support of doing the hard thing, which is the right thing. Motion is carried. We're going to move along to staff report, the last item on the budget here, 6.1, that's CAO 24106. Heidi?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you to Council, this is an information memo coming from our Director of HR, Ms. Erin Anderson, who is here to assist with any questions that you might have. This is, although we are primarily dealing with the rate budget today, I want to be clear that this memo is in regards to the cost of living or annual economic increase for all non-union staff for 2025. In considering this today, we do need a direction from council around approval, because the 3% increase for those staff who are paid for by the rates was built into the rate budget. So when council passes a bylaw to finalize the rate budget at the special council meeting, we want to make sure that that is consistent for all non-union staff. So it would be very much appreciated, and staff are requesting respectfully that a member of council consider adding a resolution to this memo that it be received as information, and that the 3% increase be supported or approved for all non-union staff for 2025.
Thanks, Heidi. So that is an amendment to what's been printed on the agenda under the recommendation section. That would just be put forward by a member of council. Are there any questions for staff concerning the report? Councillor Duthie.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Through you, just a clarifying question. So, so that I understand, the purpose of this today is that we, at the special council meeting, we will adopt that. So therefore, it will happen. And what you're looking for today through this report is for all of the other non-EIS water-related folks that then is included in the levy budget that comes forward to us. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
So there would be some disparity because we would already have approved it for the water folks, but not necessarily for the remainder of non-union staff across the corporation, correct?
So that is why we would need to have a resolution of council today to, at this meeting, to add the resolution to be approved. I may have been mistaken in removing this item from the agenda for the special council meeting. We may require a second resolution at the special council meeting just to make sure that it is all finalized today. So my apologies for the confusion around that.
And if you could, if I may, Madam Mayor, just quickly, so our non-union staff across the corporation would consist of what roles, just so I understand, classifications, I should say.
So, Madam Mayor, through to Councillor Duthie, I can certainly start, and then I will look to Ms. Anderson to confirm. So that would be all of our staff who are not covered by a collective agreement within the corporation. So it would be our senior leadership team, our departmental leadership team that includes directors, our operational leadership team that includes managers and supervisors, and then some staff who work in roles within HR or in project management that have been determined to be non-union.
Any other questions? Councillor Bandandrishi?
But not contracted, correct? Contracted staff?
So, Madam Mayor, again, I'll look to Ms. Anderson to confirm if I say anything that is incorrect. But if we have temporary contracted staff, their compensation is covered within the language of their temporary contract. So we would be talking about our permanent non-union staff through this report.
Okay. There is a recommendation, we're going to get it up on the screen here in just a moment, that information memo regarding 2025 non-union economic increase be received as information. And there's going to be a second part. That council approved the non-economic increase for all permanent non-union staff for 2025 as included in the report at 3%. Mover and a seconder. Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Columbus. Discussion, debate. All in favor? And opposed? I believe that was unanimously carried. Sorry. That's okay. Oh.
So I know we dealt with
So that was budget, but we need to go back to.
Consent agenda items on budget.
It is on budget? It's not on my screen here on budget. We're going to share the budget screen because I think there are some consent. Oh, here they are. Nope, it was loaded. It's my error. Okay, under consent on the budget meeting, let me find my notes and make sure I've got this correct. Okay, there are two items under consent, 5.1 and 5.2. Anything for discussion? All right, mover and a seconder to receive both. Councillor Michelle, Councillor Van Passen, all in favor? Carried. With that, I think we can adjourn budget. 1:58 p.m. Moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Berry. All in favor? That is carried. And we will bounce back over to special counsel.
Did you want to take a break?
All right, so we're going to do 4.1, which we took off the agenda. So procedurally, we passed a motion to remove it. How would you like us to handle? Two-third majority to amend again?
Put it back on.
Okay. We are adding back in the report CAO 24-106, the non-union economic increase that we just dealt with in budget. We're adding that back onto special counsel to ratify it. So I need a two-third majority to amend the agenda again, moved by Councillor Banerjee, seconded by Councillor Duthie. All in favor? Thank you. And a mover and a seconder, please, to add the report back onto the agenda as it was presented publicly. Councillor Banerjee, Councillor Berry. All in favor? That is carried. And the recommendation is the same. We just completed it. So we received it as information and we proceeded as with the 3% as mentioned in the report. Mover and a seconder again. Councillor Huffman, Councillor Berry, all in favor? Carried unanimously. All right, bylaws. We're just cleaning up what we did today. So the first is item 5.1, transfer payment agreement for the Housing Enabling Water System Fund. And the second is 5.2, and that is the budget. Mover and a seconder, please, to approve the following bylaws. Bylaw 2024-109 and Bylaw 2024-110. Moved by Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Columbus. All in favor? Carried unanimously. And confirming bylaw, a motion to approve Bylaw 2024-111, being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of council at the special council meeting held October 31st, 2024. Moved by Councillor Berry and Councillor Banerjee. All in favor? Carried. And lastly, adjournment at 2:01 p.m. Councillor Huffman, seconded by Councillor Michelle. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much. Thanks, staff. Great job today. Much appreciated. Happy Halloween.